The House will come to order. Messages from the Senate.
Message from the Senate, Mr. Speaker. I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file herewith returned as amended by the Senate, which amendments the concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House file number 1732, an act relating to insurance, and the message is signed Cal R. Ludeman, Secretary of the Senate. Hoppe moves that the House concur in the Senate amendments to House file number 1732 and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Senate.
Recognize the member from Carver, Representative Hoppe, to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and members, it's a very small three-word change. The Department of Commerce and all the insurance companies agree. It's a tweak in the language that protects data privacy for all of the market conduct issues that would be relevant here. There's not anybody that's opposed, and I'm happy to take the Senate language. I would encourage members to vote green.
Any discussion on the Senate amendments? There being no further discussion, all those in favor of a motion to concur with the Senate amendments say aye. Those opposed, nay. The motion prevails, and the clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended by Senate.
Third reading, House file number 1732, as amended by the Senate.
Third reading as amended by the Senate. Any further discussion? The member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just hiding here in plain view. I would like to see if Representative Hoppe would yield to a question.
He will yield. Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hoppe, I just heard your explanation there about there's something about privacy of information here. And my question to you is the same I was really asking yesterday, and that is, you mentioned the Department of Commerce, you mentioned the insurance companies. What about the consumer? Is the consumer's interest protected here, or could you just say a word about that? What about the average person who might be interested in finding out what's going on in government?
Recognize the member from Carver, Representative Hoppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Liebling. I think the Department of Commerce in statute is there to protect the consumer, and the insurance companies want to protect their consumers, our constituents. I think the consumers' interests are being protected here. And Representative Liebling, after this, I'd be happy to get together and talk with you again about it. But I think everybody looks at this and said this is good government, and I'm happy to accept their amendment.
Any further discussion? There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 134 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is repassed as amended by the Senate and its title agreed to. Announcement by the Speaker.
Announced by the Speaker, a message from the Senate has been received requesting concurrence by the House to amendments adopted by the Senate to the following House file number 330. Yep.
Report from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration.
Pepin from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration, pursuant to Rules 1.21, designates the following bills to be placed on the calendar for the day for Tuesday, May 9th, 2017. House file numbers 326, 745, and Senate File Number 1654. Peppin from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration, pursuant to Rules 1.21 and 3.33, designates the following bills to be placed on the calendar for the day for Thursday, May 11th, 2017, and establishes a pre-filing requirement for amendments offered to the following bills. Senate File Numbers 482, 527, 1353, and 1844.
Without objection, we'll revert to calendar for the day. The first bill on the calendar for the day is House File 326. The clerk will report the bill.
House File Number 326, number 1 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to transportation.
Recognize the member from Stearns, the bill author, Representative Howe, to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill is to rename a section of Highway 23 in the city and town of Paynesville the Medal of Honor recipient Kenneth L Olson Highway. Ken was the youngest of Ben and Lydia Olson's 3 sons. He grew up on a family farm in on the Meeker-Candiotihigh County line just south of Lake Coronas. He grew up loving to hunt and fish. He belonged to the National Honor Society. He was the class president and president of the FFA. He was the first person of his family to graduate from college, earning a BA from the University of Minnesota, and then he was drafted into the Army. Specialist Kenneth Olson arrived in Vietnam about April 1st, 1968, and 6 weeks later found himself reinforcing a recon platoon that was engaged by the Viet Cong. Specialist Olson and a fellow soldier moved forward to investigate a suspected line of bunkers. The 2 men were pinned down by intense automatic weapons fire from the enemy position 10 meters away. The Specialist Olson exposed himself and threw a grenade at the enemy position. Failing to silence the fire, he again rose, exposed himself to the intense fire to throw another grenade. This time he was wounded, causing him to drop the live grenade into his own position. Knowing this would immediately explode, Specialist Olson threw himself on the grenade, pulling it into his body to take the full force of the explosion, saving the life of Gary Lindley, who was in that position with him. Kenneth Olson was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor in April of 1970. Kenneth Olson is the only Paynesville High School graduate to receive the Medal of Honor. He is also the only University of Minnesota graduate to receive the Medal of Honor during the Vietnam War. Specialist Olson sacrificed his own life to save the lives of his fellow comrades in arms. Greater love hath no man than this, that a man lay down his life for his friends, which is John 15:13. I believe designating this portion of Highway 23 is the least we can do to pay respect to Ken Olson's sacrifice to our country. Thank you, members, and I ask for your support.
There are no amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File Number 326.
Third reading. Discussion on House File 326. Seeing no discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 134 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 745. The clerk will report the bill.
House File number 745, number 2 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to transportation, the first engrossment.
Recognize the member from Dakota, the bill author, Representative Wills, to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House File 745 is a bill that renames a bridge in my district in Coates. It's Brandel Drive. It will be renamed in honor of Corporal Benjamin S. Kopp. And I wanted to tell you a little bit about why we are honoring Ben. He is from Rosemount in my district, and he was 21 years old when he gave his life for our country. He was an Army Ranger, and he was serving in, I believe it was his 3rd deployment, and his team came under enemy fire, and he was helping hold off the enemy and was able to help some of his fellow soldiers escape, and in the process, he was shot in the leg, and the injury was so severe that he was transported to Walter Reed Army Medical Center for further care. And this was on July 10th that this happened in 2009. And unfortunately, on July 18th, he passed away from the severity of the wound, and he gave his all for our country, but he didn't just die for our country. He lives on in the sense that he also was an organ donor. And within days after when he passed away, he actually, there was a family friend who had a congenital heart defect who needed a heart replacement. And Ben's heart was a perfect match. And so his heart beats on. And there were other organs that he was able to donate, and there were at least 60 people who benefited from that organ donation. And so he has given so much, and I have been so humbled to be asked to carry this bill on behalf of Ben. It was his mom who came to me. Her name is Jill Stevenson, and she wasn't able to be here today, but she's watching from home, and just wanted to do this on behalf of her and her son, and just to remember the sacrifice that Ben made, and that he was such an instrumental part in our community, graduate from Rosemount High School, and would appreciate your support in honoring him today by supporting this bill. Thank you.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hansen moves to amend House File number 745, the first engrossment. The amendment is coded A2.
Recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Hansen, to introduce your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, you may remember during the transportation debate, we had a discussion about renaming a portion of Highway 52, and Representative Will's bill here relates to Highway 52. Now, we didn't have the 24-hour rule, and so I wanted to make sure, this is kind of a unique situation, and Representative Wills, I just want to make sure we had the discussion about Center Medicine and naming that when we had the transportation. I want to just make sure that it gets done somewhere before May 22nd. And so, and Mr. Speaker, I know we've had discussions about this. I guess if Representative Wills would yield for a question.
She will yield. Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Wills, just wondering if you will help. I would be looking to withdraw this amendment, but just want to get your support as we move forward trying to get Highway 52 named for that portion in Dakota County named for Center Medicine.
Recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Wills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Hansen, I think it would be a great honor if we were able to get that accomplished, and I'll do what I can to help. So maybe we can talk later and see how we can get that accomplished.
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with that, I would withdraw the amendment.
Representative Hansen withdraws the A2 amendment. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File Number 745.
Third reading. Discussion on House File 745. Seeing no discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 134 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 1654. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File Number 1654, number 3 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to legislative enactments.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Scott, to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the annual Revisor's bill. And for those of you that are new to the legislature, the Revisor puts together a bill annually. And actually, there's a piece of statute that provides for them to bring a bill like this. It's Section 3C.04. And you should be getting a couple of handouts that further explain what the Revisor's bill does, make some corrections throughout statute. And on one of the sheets, you'll find the criteria that they use and what goes into the Revisor's bill. And also, not only does the Revisor look through it, but there's other entities look through it too to check it for correctness. And that would be House Research and Senate Council. And then they also run it by other agencies and other entities that have an interest in the accuracy of our statutes. So with that, I would ask for member support.
There are no amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File Number 1654.
Third reading. Discussion on Senate File 1654. Seeing no discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 134 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Conference Committee reports on House files.
Conference Committee report on House File Number 888, and this is the Fabian motion. Conference Committee report on House File 888, and the report is addressed to the Honorable Kurt L. Doubt, Speaker of the House, the Honorable Michelle L. Fischbach, President of the Senate. We, the undersigned conferees for House File 888, report that we have agreed upon the items in dispute and recommended as follows. The Conference Committee is signed by 4 of the 5 conferees on behalf of the House and 4 of the 5 conferees on the part of the Senate. Fabian moves that the report of the Conference Committee on House File Number 888 be adopted and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Conference Committee.
I recognize the member from Roseau, Representative Fabian, to introduce the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and that is my motion. Thank you, members. The House File 888, when it left here and through the Conference Committee process, has had a few changes. I'll kind of give a brief overview on that. We had in the House position, we had a further reduction of $10 million to meet up with the Senate. So there we shifted some money from the environmental fund to the general fund. The DNR appropriation is $204 million plus out of the general fund. That's a roughly $5.6 million increase. Bowser has got about $27 million in the general fund, which is a reduction actually, but then we've taken $22 million from them, from their base, and transferred that to the Clean Water Fund for some of the buffer efforts with our local SWCDs. The Minnesota Zoo got a $400,000 increase. We did make some changes in the environmental fund changes. The wastewater biofuels infrastructure project, there's a $300,000 appropriation there. The St. Louis River watershed remediation, $432,000. There's $3.9 million for the county feedlot program. $1.6 million for the EQB program operations. There's, what else? $820,000 for the U of M for the AIS Center out of the Game and Fish Fund. $480,000 the SWC grants through Bowser. Minnesota Zoo got a $400,000 increase in their operational support, which was actually a decrease from what we had. Senate provisions that we added, state park activity, or some permits for some disabled American veterans for entering into some state parks, an exemption for some non-resident watercrafts, little canoes and kayaks and so forth. The Blaze Pink provision is in there. That was a Senate provision. The Golden Shiner minnow situation is in there. The Crow Wing County landfill is added to the closed landfill program. Plastic bag preemption, and then there's a $20,000 grant that's given out to 4 different communities, I believe it is. Some Senate provisions that were, we dropped the no net gain provisions, and Senate provisions that were dropped were permission to place traps on private property, the written permission, the feedlot threshold raised to 200,000 animal, or 2,000 animal units, excuse me, and then the suspension of the water quality standards. We do have $2.3 million in funding the second year for some buffer aid. We also have some language in there that allows the local SWCDs to approve additional alternative practices. We've also made sure that the seeds that are going to be used in this program be certified as being Palmer amaranth and noxious weed free. And we've extended the deadlines on public waters to 2019 and the public drainage systems to 2020. And then also the House and Senate did adopt or dropped the navigational lights provision that DNR wanted. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Members, I just want to pause here in the discussion on the Conference Committee report to recognize a former member who is joining us in the chamber. He served from 1993 to 2003, representing Stearns, Morrison, and Benton counties. Please join me in welcoming former Representative Steve Daler. Discussion on the Conference Committee report. The member from Hennepin, Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Is a motion to refuse to adopt a higher motion than the adoption motion?
That is correct. It is a higher motion.
Mr. Speaker, I would move not to adopt the Conference Committee report, and I would request a roll call.
Representative Hortman moves to refuse to adopt the conference committee report and requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion on the motion to refuse to adopt. The member from Hennepin, Representative Hortman, to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is sort of our moment of truth here in the Minnesota House, where we can decide whether we are going to proceed on a path of collaboration or confrontation. We can not choose the path of confrontation. We can send this conference committee back to the parking spot of the conference committee, and we can continue to have conversations between the executive branch and the legislative branch. No doubt everyone is aware that we have Republicans in control of the House and the Senate, and we have a Democratic governor. Yet we have a $1.65 billion surplus, and we have made good headway in negotiations over the last week. We have 13 days left in session. If we choose conflict right now over collaboration and continued careful work on the budget, we almost certainly send this legislative session into overtime, a special session, and then who knows, on the brink of another state government shutdown. And members, it does not have to be this way. We had a very productive conversation just today about how important it is for us to work together. I think the speaker himself said that we needed to work together several times. It would be nice if he meant it. We have an opportunity here as members of the House to exercise some control about what happens next. Whether you're a rank and file member of the minority or the majority, you are not beholden to what your leaders decide to do in terms of being reasonable or unreasonable in engaging in negotiations. You have an opportunity to register your own opinion, or whether you choose collaboration or conflict. So members, a vote to refuse to adopt the conference committee report is a vote to go back to the negotiating table and to continue to work together. Yes, it's tiresome. Yes, it's detailed work. I know some people don't like tiresome and detailed work, but that is how we will reach agreement between two different parties on a $46 billion budget. I can tell you one thing for sure. We will not find an agreement if we stop talking to each other. And sending the conference committee reports to the governor really blows up negotiations and sets everything back by as much as a week. I would implore members to please vote to refuse to adopt the conference committee report.
Discussion on the Hortman motion to refuse to adopt. The member from Hennepin, Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I would speak against the motion to refuse to adopt, and I want to give a little history of where we're at in negotiations to provide a little context. If you'll recall, we had all of our bills passed on the House floor and the Senate floor on April 7th, well over a month ago, about 5 weeks ago. We did this because we were very hopeful that we were going to be able to negotiate targets with the governor early on. We passed our bills. We had Easter break. We came back. The governor sent us a letter saying that he wanted to have three-way targets by April 28th. He wanted to have targets between the House, the Senate, and the governor's office by April 28th. When that date started to approach, it became very apparent that that wasn't going to happen, and then the governor said, no, we want to have you take a position between the House and the Senate before I agree to meet with you, which is different because 2 years ago, that wasn't the case at all. He wasn't interested in having a joint House and Senate position. He wanted to have three-way targets, three-way negotiations then, but this year he changed it. That's fine. We agreed, and we got our targets together. We honored, he picked the date. We were at the table, we picked it. We picked the 28th. He picked the 28th, we agreed to it. We got our targets out. And then our conference committees worked all weekend long last weekend, not the weekend before this. They worked all weekend long. Some of the staff people were here all night, working, trying to get the bills devised. Our members were here working hard, and we had all of our conference committees posted. I think by Monday, this bill Monday, I think all of them by Monday or maybe some Tuesday. And they've been sitting there ready to take up at any time. All they had to be is signed. And we did that because the governor said, no, it's not just good enough to have targets. We need to know your position. We need to know where you want to, what you want to do with the money, what you want funded, what you don't want funded. So we did that. We agreed to do that. We've been negotiating in good faith. We put together our bills. We did it in a timely manner. We had them adopted last week. They've been sitting there ready to negotiate. We've been trying to meet with the governor, and I agree we have been making some progress. We were here this weekend talking on Saturday. Unfortunately, the governor's schedule is he's not available that much. We met on Saturday. He said that he wasn't available to meet most days this week. He can't do it this weekend because of the fishing opener. Members, we have just 13 days left until the end of session, 13 days. And we are going to continue to make discussions with the governor. We want to make sure that we get our work done. But the people sent us here to get our job done. And our job as a legislature is to pass the bills. And then the governor's job is to decide whether or not he agrees with those bills. And he certainly has the prerogative to do with those bills as he wants. But we need to pass our bills and get our work done. We need to show the people of Minnesota that we in the legislature are getting our work done. And that's what we're going to do today. People have had over a week to look at these bills, and now is the time to move forward so that we can put a complete budget on the governor's desk, and then he can have time to review it and see what he wants to do with it. There's nothing that prevents us from continuing discussions with the governor if it works for his schedule or when it works for his schedule. I don't think it moves anything back. He wanted to know, even today, he was specifically asking, well, which areas do you want? He wanted a very specifics on our budget global targets. He came back, we gave him an offer for a full global target. We moved considerably. We met with him, we were still hopeful we would get a return offer for global targets, and then we found out that we were not going to get a return offer for global targets. And so it has come to the time where we need to get our work done. We'll continue to talk and negotiate, but right now, it is our job to put a budget on the governor's desk because that's what the people of Minnesota sent us here to do. So with that, I ask very sincerely that you refuse to this motion, deny the refusal to adopt, and that we take up this bill. Sorry, a little tongue-tied. That we take up this environment bill and we move forward.
Recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Davney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the majority leader yield for a question?
She will yield. Representative Davney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Majority Leader, you just shared with the body and through the miracle of television, the people of Minnesota, that the conference committees met all of the weekend before last. I believe that would have been April 29th and 30th were the Saturday and Sunday. I just looked through my emails and I didn't receive any notices of public meetings of the conference committees. And the expectation in this body is that committees meet in public, review bills in public, share negotiations in public. That's the expectation of the people of Minnesota. Can you point to me where I missed the public notices of conference committee meetings on April 29th and 30th?
Recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Davney. Well, I think you know that they had to meet in order to adopt the delete everything amendments that were adopted over a week ago. They did that. All of our committees followed the process. They posted them. They've been posted, available for public comment. We've been getting feedback. And after a week, the conferees have now signed the conference committee reports, and they're ready to go.
Recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Davney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, the majority leader failed to answer the question. And Minnesota, this bill and all the conference committee reports were negotiated over a weekend in a locked and closed office building where you weren't invited, where the sportsmen and women of the state weren't allowed to see who proposed what, where people who care about clean water, whether it's for recreation, drinking, bathing, or eating, weren't invited to observe the process, to weigh in on the process, to talk to their legislators. And it's the same for each and every one of the omnibus bills that the House GOP majority is offering, negotiated behind closed doors over a weekend when Minnesota wasn't invited. For that reason alone, Mr. Speaker and members, we should vote yes on the Hortman amendment, or excuse me, the Hortman motion to refuse to adopt and bring these bills and their process into the light of day for Minnesota to see. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Roseau, Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Davney yield to a question, please?
He will yield. Representative Fabian.
Representative Davney, I'd like you to repeat what you said. You said that all of these bills were done with no public comment, and they were all done over this weekend. Are you willing to stand by that statement?
The member from Hennepin, Representative Davney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative, that is my understanding. You can certainly correct me if you held public meetings on the 29th and 30th of April. I apologize. But I don't have anything in my email from any committee administrator indicating there were any public meetings that weekend when the Speaker had directed committee chairs to button up these bills. So, Representative Fabian, we have items in omnibus bills that were never introduced as individual bills, were not in House files, were not in Senate files, but have shown up now in omnibus committee reports that Minnesotans didn't get to see, that Minnesotans didn't get to weigh in on, and that are a violation of House rules.
Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Davney, you've got it wrong, okay? The environment bill was not done that way. We moved all of our stuff in public on Friday. And for you to stand on the House floor and tell Minnesotans that we've done this stuff on the weekend and in the dark and all that kind of stuff is a gross misrepresentation of what happened in the Environment Committee. And I take offense to that.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Pepin, I'm not going to belabor the argument here today with a refutation point by point of all the things you said about the negotiations of the governor that aren't true. The facts are the governor put out his budget. You put out your budget. Since that point, the governor has made 2 moves. The ball is in your court. And right now, what you're saying is we're not coming forward and we're not going to continue to move. We're going to shove these bills down your throat. In other words, we're going back to our initial position. And, you know, the record is really clear that the governor made an offer where he moved $74 million off of his initial targets on 4 budget bills. He moved another $50 million today. We're making progress. It really seems like the absolute wrong time to pull out of negotiations when things are proceeding. But that's a choice that you're free to make.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Knobloch.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Representative Hortman, you're right about the 2 numbers. The governor did move $74 million in his first offer. We moved $355 million in the offer that we gave the governor, and the response to the governor was a move, as you said, of $50 million. So, and I should also mention that we provided global targets where we had movement on all the different bills. Governor initially proposed moving on only 4 bills, and when he came back with his offer just in the last couple hours, he again included those 4 bills, but on one of them he didn't move at all, and on the other one, he only moved about $1 million. So after a proposal of a $355 million move on our side, we were met with a $50 million move from the governor on only a few bills, and I guess we feel that we really need to be looking at the entirety of the budget, and the governor isn't doing that, and that's why we're proceeding forward.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, it doesn't really do us all a lot of good to go back and forth on the floor here, but I think it's worth pointing out that the governor's moves were on 4 bills and yours were on 10. So comparing the size of the movement isn't really apples to apples. The governor was very clear that you should come back with the same level of detail that he provided you, and that really details matter. The budgets we pass affect the lives of the people of Minnesota. And so if you're willing to put an offer on the table, you should be willing to stand behind that offer and say what it is that you would cut that the state government is currently doing in the lives of Minnesotans. So members, Republicans, you seem to be intent on choosing a path of confrontation. I would just caution all the members of the body to think right now, at this moment, do you want to be fighting or do you want to be collaborating, working together, trying to get things done? A vote to refuse to adopt is a vote to work on collaboration and continued progress in negotiations.
Any further discussion on the motion to refuse to adopt? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the motion. The clerk will close the roll. There being 57 ayes and 77 nays, the motion to refuse to adopt does not prevail. Members, we're now on the motion to adopt the conference committee report. Discussion on the motion to adopt the conference committee report. The member from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. We had an opportunity here to send this back, and you have one more opportunity to send it back. You could vote no on adoption. Send it back and get the work done. 144-page bill with 34 pages of appropriations. You could send it back and get the work done. Parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry. If a conference committee report was laid on the table in the committee, does it take a motion to take it from the table to send it to adopt it, to send it to the floor? Like it was laid on the table.
Representative Hansen, I can't comment on what happened in the conference committee. All I can do is take up a conference committee report that has been properly filed here at the desk with the appropriate signatures of the conferees on that conference committee report. And we did check the conference committee report. It has 4 signatures from the House and 4 from the Senate, which is enough to make it a valid conference committee report and eligible for us here to take action on the House floor. Further discussion on the motion to adopt the conference committee report. Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, on May 1st, in the conference committee, there was a motion to lay it on the table, and it was moved and voted on to lay this on the table. So would Representative Fabian yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Fabian, was there a meeting last night where this conference committee report was adopted?
The member from Roseau, Representative Fabian.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Representative Hansen, no.
Mr. Speaker.
The member from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Would Representative Fabian continue to yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Hansen.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Fabian, so if there was no meeting to move to take it off the table and there was no meeting to adopt the report, how come this report is in front of us?
The member from Roseau, Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you repeat the question, please?
The member from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Fabian. So if there was no meeting last night in the dark of night, there was no meeting with no motion to take it off the table, and there was no meeting to adopt the report, how is it that this conference committee report can be in front of us?
The member from Roseau, Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I don't remember the exact motion that I made, but I remember clearly asking nonpartisan staff from the House and the Senate. I said, so what do I need to do as the chair of this committee to get this bill so that we can sign it? And they gave an explanation, and I said, so move. And then that was the Senate staff or House staff, I don't remember which one. And then I asked the other staff member from the other chamber the exact same question. What motion do I need to make to get this bill to the point to where it can be ready to be signed? And that was the explanation that they gave me, and I said, and I so move.
Member from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have the transcript here from the meeting. This was on television. And I know we're not supposed to read, but Mr. Kopp, motion to adopt the amendment as amended for staff to prepare the A17046 amendment as amended by the conference committee. Lay it on the table. We want an official engrossment and will not be a conference committee report move. So moved. All those in favor of the motion before us vote yes. This was on May 1st. But my question wasn't about what happened on May 1st. My question is what happened last night in the dark of night to bring this bill for us. Yes, I ask him to yield.
He will yield. Representative Fabian.
Mr. Speaker, it's my understanding that a conference committee report can be signed at any time.
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Minnesotans, in the middle of the night, last night, something happened to send it here. No vote, no motion to take it off the table. And I think we have, two conference committee members didn't vote on it, but it's here in front of us. Now, earlier we had a lot of discussion about process, but this is kind of a stunning process. That here in front of us, the first of the bills approved in the middle of the night, or I guess not even approved, shouldn't say approved. The first of the bills where something happened in the middle of the night that are here. I think it's important that we move to this, to send this back, not just on process, but for the content of the bill. The content of 144 pages, that something magical happened last night to bring it in front of us here this morning. I would urge a no vote on adoption.
Further discussion on adoption of the conference committee report. The member from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of order.
State your point of order.
Point of order under Section 341 of Masons.
And I assume you have advice?
I do, Mr. Speaker.
State your advice.
This bill is actually not properly before us because it was laid on the table as Representative Hansen laid out, and Section 341 of Masons clearly indicates that if something is laid on the table before any other action can be taken, it has to be taken off the table, and that motion has, based on the discussion that just went forward, clearly has not happened. And so I think the conference committee actually needs to go back, hold a hearing, vote to take it off the table, and vote to close the conference committee report, and actually vote on the report. I think we could rise under another point of order because they actually didn't vote on the actual conference committee report, but they clearly have to take a motion to take it off the table. And so I would argue, Mr. Speaker, that this bill is not this conference committee report is not properly before us, and I would hope that you would rule accordingly.
Members, to be very clear, the back page of the conference committee report reads, "We request the adoption of this report and repassage of the bill." It's signed by 4 conferees from the House and 4 conferees from the Senate. I have ruled that this bill is properly before the House, and we are taking action on it now. I find your point of order not well taken. Further discussion on adoption of the conference committee report? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of adoption of the conference committee report signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The motion prevails.
Tim, you're going to count that side.
A division has been requested. All those in favor of adoption of the conference committee report, please stand. Get everybody out of the back room. Give them a minute. Count me as well. There are 69 ayes. The motion does prevail. The clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended by conference.
House File number 888, third reading as amended by conference.
Third reading as amended by conference. Any further discussion on the bill? The member from Couchiching, Representative Eklund.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I voted for this bill coming off the floor, but I'd like to discuss today, Speaker and members, a few of the concerns I have with the bill. Under the House bill, we'll talk about tourism first. Under the House bill, none of the governor's recommended increases were included, such as additional funding to invest in increased marketing, promotion to expand awareness in Minnesota, and funding to invest in the state's tourism marketing website or for the tourism marketing to secure major events. $300,000 was added to the bill to secure major events for the state of Minnesota. Mr. Speaker and members, tourism is one of the three-legged stools in my district, so it's very important that Explore Minnesota gets funded the way it should be. Second part that I have a problem with the bill is under enforcement. And so the proposed funding is directed at increasing enforcement officers and neglects to cover known inflationary costs, resulting in a zero net increase in enforcement officers. If changes to the employer's pension are adopted, additional reductions of up to 10 positions would be needed to accommodate the additional costs. Mr. Speaker and members, there's estimated a 20-member shortage of conservation officers right now. This provision is also tied up in other omnibus bills before the body. Forestry, Mr. Speaker and members. Lack of an operating adjustment will impact 18 positions within the forestry program, resulting in reduced forest inventory, forest stand improvement, and forest road management. With fewer field foresters to put up timber, lacking the resources to reforest harvest stands, reductions would be seen in the timber harvest at a time that the industry is looking to grow in Minnesota. And we're looking at a plant, Louisiana Pacific, to expand right on the border of my district and Representative Metz's district, which would be a huge boom to our area. We're always talking about getting, reinvesting in the range and trying to do something different. This is something new that we could do. We've been advocating for an increased allowable cut, but this may be hard to do or impossible to achieve with these provisions, which are also tied up in other bills. So, Mr. Speaker and members, I just wanted to add some of my concerns to this bill and have people take a look at it. Thank you.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Pinto.
I'd like to defer to Representative Becker-Finn, if I may, Mr. Speaker.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This might technically be the Environment and Natural Resources Bill, but it sure isn't a hunting and fishing bill. This bill fails to fund the things that protect our hunting and fishing traditions. Somehow, in the majority view, the Department of Natural Resources is the bad guy. The lack of funding for the DNR will result in lost jobs and lost opportunities to protect wildlife and habitat now and in our future. If this bill were to be signed into law, there would be reductions in fish and wildlife management statewide. 200 fewer lakes would be stocked with fish. Fewer lake surveys would be completed, making it harder to identify and track the spread of invasive species. Fewer deer surveys would be done, and it would be harder to manage the spread of chronic wasting disease. Enforcement would be underfunded, making it less likely that poachers would be caught and more likely that invasive species will hitchhike on our boats and trailers. This bill also fails to address the rapidly diminishing balances of our game and fish and other natural resources and outdoor funds. The DNR and dozens of outdoors groups, the Deer Hunters, the Trout Fishermen, Pheasants Forever, Ducks Unlimited, Minnesota Outdoor Heritage Alliance, you name it, have asked that hunting and fishing license fees be increased by just a few dollars in order to keep these funds above water. We're talking about just $3 or $4 per person per year. And for whatever reason, you're ignoring these groups and refusing to address these problems with the game and fish and other outdoor funds, even though it wouldn't even hurt your bottom line and your budget target. This bill is short-sighted. You can see the problems coming, the fund balance is going negative, chronic wasting disease, spreading from deer farms and infecting the deer that we hunt, aquatic invasive species spreading to the lakes we love, and you do nothing. Well, I guess you took care of our fashion problems. Now we can wear blaze pink. It will be a little worse at keeping us safe from being shot from those who are colorblind, but at least you'll be able to look cute if you like pink. We've got to be more forward-thinking for our kids and grandkids and the future of Minnesota remaining Minnesotan. All these things I've mentioned will result in real consequences for your average hunter and angler. Poorer habitat, whether you're talking about forests, prairies, wetlands, lakes, rivers, fewer fish to catch, sicker deer in the woods. Those aren't my priorities. Those don't match my values. You can do better than this. Members, I encourage a no vote on this bill. It's not good for hunters and anglers, and it's not good for Minnesota. Thanks.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members, Representative Eklund, Representative Becker-Finn have talked about some substantive major concerns with the bill. I just need members to make sure that we are keeping in mind as we're voting on this bill the fact that when the conference committee last met, when members of the public walked out of that room, as far as they knew, the bill was going to come back before that conference committee. There was going to be a discussion. There was going to be a vote. That's how things work in our democracy. Representative Fabian told staff he wanted to lay the bill over and park it here in the conference committee, and there was a motion to lay it on the table and not put the bill in a conference committee report form. Now that's all a bunch of procedural stuff, but the main point is members of the public are looking at this body, this conference committee that's meeting, that is debating, and they want to know they have some possibility for input. When that's the last time that that meeting happened and there's discussion, this thing is coming back up again, and when it comes back up is late last night, not in any kind of public forum, however the signatures got on the bill. So we need to remember, whatever the substance is, whatever the point is in the end about what the content of the bill is, the fact is members of the public did not get that chance to have that committee get back together again. There was not even a vote. So however it is that the signing happened, there's a big concern with how it is this bill's in front of us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion on repassage. The member from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I didn't come here today to be prepared to talk about process. I didn't want to be here talking about partisan maneuvering in the middle of the night by the political establishment, the people in power and the establishment making sure that they're going to ram through whatever they do on the first bill. They're sending a message to all of us. Everyone here and outside of this room, we are going to do what we want. We are going to do what we want. Often, when we talk process, it looks like Just so much gobbledygook to people. The people eat food, people drink water, people live in Minnesota, and people care about their government. And the process we just went through, I don't think the people like. Now, hopefully they're watching. I think they understand when bills get done in the dark of night that there's something you want to hide. And it's all the stuff in here. 144 pages of it. 144 pages in a budget bill. 144 pages of stuff. So there's landfill stuff in here that has far-reaching consequences on water. Doesn't solve the problem with the freeway landfill. Just lets people off the hook. Doesn't solve the problem, doesn't clean up the landfill. We've got issues with a variety of processes in the bill that make it hard to clean up water. Make it harder to clean up water, make it easier for the lawyers. It doesn't include a lot of things. Doesn't include enough money. And what it does, it fits in with a bunch of other bills, a giant Republican Rubik's Cube of interlocking pieces, shifting money around, so you can't really tell responsibility. Who did what? So 2 years ago, there was a swap of clean water money for administrative costs, pens, paper, pencils, gas money for the soil and water districts. And it was sold as being for buffers, but it's administrative costs. Oh, it'll just happen one time. We'll only do it once, we promise. And then it comes back again. So interlocking clean water money, outdoor heritage money, general fund money, game and fish money, all these pieces affect each other throughout this bill and many other bills. So it's hard to find out what really is happening. It's harder to find out what's happening when it happens in the middle of the night. And it's harder to have responsibility when the conference committee doesn't even vote on sending it out. I'd urge members to vote against this bill, and I'm hopeful that we'll see this come again in some form without the multitude of bad policy provisions and with a budget that works for the future of Minnesota.
The member from Blue Earth, Representative Cornish.
Mr. Speaker, members, Representative Hansen, you have a way of getting me out of my seat. When I was a kid, I used to lay down by the microphone or by the phonograph, and I put on these old 78 RPMs, and the ones that were chipped remind me of you. They would hit that chip, middle of the night, middle of the night, middle of the night, middle of the night. You know, you should make an argument. You can make an argument about money. You can make an argument about policy. That would be the proper thing to do. But there isn't one thing you've described here that you Democrats haven't done in the 15 years when you were chairman and you were in charge. Nothing. It's totally hypocritical what you're saying. And then Representative Hortman gets up and says, I don't want to belabor the point. Yes, you do. And then you said that it doesn't go any good to go back and forth when you started it with the accusations, and actually it's going to go back and forth. So it's just a lot of hypocritical things are going on here. And whether in this middle of the night, I have you know, my committee got kudos for transparency. We had 3 days of testimony, and I think the sun was even shining. And NPR gave us a kudos for transparency, so don't lump us all into the middle of the night. And you folks have had many meetings in the middle of the night. I remember one time when Irv Anderson from International Falls By the way, Representative Eklund, if David Dill would have heard, and some of your Rukavina would have heard you asking for more conservation officers from a guy up in the range, you would have had a conniption. I got a kick out of that. I can remember when Irv Anderson busted into meetings when you folks were chairman and told you to quit them because you were at midnight, and he said, end these meetings. So don't bring this middle of the night up stuff that you have done many times before yourselves. So thank you very much.
The member from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Nostalgia is a wonderful thing. Memory is often very powerful. Sometimes, Representative Cornish, it slips a little bit. I'll admit it might slip a little more all the time. But I think what's important for Minnesotans, we can talk about the past, we can talk about last night, and we can talk about the future. This bill and many of the other bills are 20th century bills. They're bills in the past. They're bills that don't lay a foundation for the future. When Representative Fabian was going through the items, moving a little bit here, moving a little bit there, trying to make it appear that we're making progress. Whether it's aquatic invasive species, whether it's resource management, we have more and more Minnesotans who love our outdoors, more and more Minnesotans who use our water. So, can we do things for the future? Can we move past the past? And I'll even move past the recent past of last night. In the next few days, can we build a budget that moves the state forward? Can we build a natural resources budget that provides opportunities for people to participate in the outdoors and protects our water and protects our resources? That's what we could do. That's what I think we want to do. I think that's what Minnesotans want us to do. And it's what we should do, working together for a better Minnesota.
Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 79 ayes and 55 nays, the bill is repassed as amended by conference and its title agreed to. Conference committee reports on House files.
Conference committee report on House File number 890. This is the Loon motion. Conference report on House File 890, an act relating to education finance. The report is addressed to the Honorable Kurt L. Doubt, Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Michelle L. Fischbach, President of the Senate. We, the undersigned conferees for House File number 890, report that we've agreed upon the item in dispute and recommend as follows. And the report is signed by 4 of the 5 conferees on the part of the House and 4 of the 5 conferees on behalf of the Senate. Loon moves that the report of the Conference Committee on House File number 890 be adopted and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Conference Committee.
Recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Loon, to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. What I'd like to do is just run through sort of the differences from the House-passed bill, which passed this body at the end of March, and what is embodied in the Conference Committee report. When the bill left the House, again, back at the end of March, we were funded at about $271 million over base, a 1.25% increase in the formula, various other provisions. A number of changes are embodied here in this conference report. We are now at funding of $303.5, approximately about $303.5 million over base. And so that's $1.14 billion increase over the current biennium funding. Per pupil formula, the basic pupil formula is increased by 1.5 each year. So that equates to $91 per student in fiscal year 18 and another $91 in 19. So $182 per every student in Minnesota increase for the upcoming biennium. And so this represents $18.575 billion for early education and K-12 funding for 18-19 fiscal years. With regards to the funding formula and the various components of it, I know we did some changes in the original House bill, delinking compensatory and some other funds. This bill, this conference committee report, has everything linked up, so compensatory is completely linked to the formula and how it goes up. The concentration factor is also restored, and so none of those changes are embodied. The one change with regards to compensatory funding that we did retain is with regards to new funding, so the new compensatory dollars that will be going to schools that will be dedicated to extended time purposes for struggling students. Again, this was based on research that indicates that that is a very effective strategy for helping students increase their educational attainment, for closing the achievement gap. And so it was important that that was retained, and it is within this, this legislation that we're considering today. The compensatory pilot districts, those few school districts that have been under a pilot program for, gosh, I'm going to say 12 years. It may even be longer than that. That's always been a one-time issue that comes around every budget process. We are taking the Senate provision on that, so those districts will be 100% funded with their pilot funds and permanently. So that issue will be addressed and settled, I believe, with this conference committee report. As you may recall, in the House bill, there was some transportation aid. We have a number of districts who have presented concerns with regards to the increased amount of funds they're having to use to transport pupils to and from school. And so there is about $3.8 million per biennium devoted to helping those districts with excess pupil transportation costs. The Professional Educator Licensing Standards Board, I'm calling it PALSB, but the replacement we're working on for the current Board of Teaching, a division of licensure department at the Department of Education. The policy portion of that is in a separate conference committee headed up in our body by Representative Erickson, but we do carry the money for that. And so the fiscal note, which was about $3.3 billion, is fully accounted for in this legislation. Let's see, we have some increases in our funding for early learning. This has been a topic of some debate within both the House and the Senate, and also some strong feelings on that with the governor's office. When the House bill left, those districts currently under the voluntary pre-K pilot, which was started just this year, has 74 school districts and some charters involved. We funded those districts dollar for dollar, 100% in 18 and 90% at 19. The conference committee report fully funds those 74 districts and those charter schools that were getting voluntary pre-K money. So they're getting every penny, both in 18 and 19 that they're currently receiving, and that has continued on into the tails as well. So that is not temporary, that is permanent funding for those districts. What we have said, though, is that it's school readiness funding. And so school readiness, again, embodies many of those same requirements and suggestions for the voluntary pre-K program, but it does give school districts a little bit more flexibility in how they operate their programs. And that is important because schools are different depending on the communities across our great state, and they need that flexibility to be able to create the programs that best work for the children and the families in their communities. Teacher shortage is something we've talked about a great deal, and there's $7 million contained within this conference report to help address teacher shortage crisis. In addition to the money for the new licensure system, there's also some student teacher loan forgiveness programs and grow your own programs for our school districts to recruit and create more teachers, and also some policy language that goes with that to help encourage and increase the numbers of teachers of color within our school districts. $4.9 million for mental health services for our most at-risk students. Those are our students in our intermediate districts and service co-ops, serving our level 4 special education students. Again, a House provision, but retained here in the conference committee report. Career and technical education is something we've worked on trying to improve access to that for our students. And a provision brought to us by the Senate would provide $3 million over the biennium for rural career and technical education consortiums. So this would create partnerships between our schools and private businesses to help train our students, especially for the jobs and industries that are going without workers and job openings in many areas of our state. Education partnerships, there is funding for our education partnerships within this bill. You may recognize them as Northside Achievement Zone or Every Hand Joined from Red Wing and others. There's several of those are funded, again, within this legislation. A $1 million grant to really pilot an effort to make sure that we're providing greater stability for foster children. So if foster children are placed with a family, there would be funds to make sure that they can be transported and retained in their original school. Again, so they would not be required to move schools with placement of a foster family. And this is a one-time grant fund to be able to accommodate them. So a few other provisions. Let's see. Aaron's Law. This is a bill championed by Representative Peggy Bennett, which would allow schools to provide as part of their health curriculum to students to help prevent child sexual abuse. This was, again, retained in the conference committee report. Lead in drinking waters. This has been an issue that you probably have all seen highlighted on the news, and something of certainly of great concern to parents and to all of us. So schools will be required to test for lead in the drinking waters of their schools. There is funding available to them through their long-term facilities maintenance programs, and they will have little time to put their programs together, but they are going to have to test for lead and make sure that those results are available to parents who want to know if there's any lead in their children's drinking water. We are maintaining local control with regards to the innovative e-learning days provision for inclement weather if a district chooses to do that. And we've also got some alignment between our World's Best Workforce accountability system and the new federal accountability system known as ESSA that will be affecting all of our schools, and the department is working on their proposal to submit to the federal government by this fall. So just a brief highlight on some of the provisions in here, but I think for members who were concerned about some of the provisions maybe in the original House bill, many of those have been resolved, I think, favorably, and I think it's a good product that members can be pleased to vote for.
Discussion on the conference committee report. The member from Ramsey, Representative Murphy E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm wondering if Representative Loon would yield for a question.
She would yield. Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Loon, it is very hard as a member of this body to follow what is actually happening this session. And I've been around here for 11 years now, and before that, I was a staff person and a lobbyist, so I have a long track record of work here, and I've never seen the process in such a convoluted way. I've never seen it like this before. Conference committee meetings that last 10 minutes, no public testimony. It's really a bastardization of the process as far as I can tell. And members can stand up and say you did it before, but I will tell you, in my experience, as I am talking with Minnesotans, they clearly aren't buying that anymore, and they're really fed up with a process that's shutting them out of this debate. And I ask you this question not really knowing the answer because it's been so hard to follow along. So have you been involved in any of the negotiations? I know you're the chair of the conference committee. I understand now there are conversations going on with the administration. Have you been a part of any of those discussions as you have talked about the education conference report?
The member from Hennepin, Representative Loon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Murphy, I have had a number of conversations with the Commissioner of Education, Commissioner Caselius. She, I think, was at all of our conference committee meetings except for perhaps one and testified at least twice. And we have also had meetings, just the two of us, and subsequent phone conversations. So that has been ongoing and continues to be ongoing. I don't know if that answers your question. I'd be happy to respond further if you have additional questions.
Representative Murphy.
And Mr. Speaker, if she would continue to yield.
She will yield. Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Loon. And I have no doubt, knowing you, that you have been communicating with the Commissioner through the session, and I appreciate that. My questions are really about the point in time where we're at today. There was a big press conference out on the steps of the chamber today, early this morning, decrying a slowing of the process and really wanting to negotiate these bills, and then an attempt to negotiate. And now we're here passing the bills, aborting really any further negotiation, which is the choice of the majority to do, clearly, and we're going to move forward with that. I don't know where that's going to take us. But my question really is, I know that the Speaker and the Majority Leader have been in meeting with the Governor and the Lieutenant Governor, and I know that there have been members of our caucus that have on occasion been invited in, and I understand maybe at least in some cases kicked out of meetings because the majority didn't want them there. But I am wondering if you have been, in the last few days when members of your caucus are talking about, all this negotiations happening and, keeping up with our timelines and doing such a diligent job. You're the chair of the Education Committee. Have you been in at the table with the Speaker and the Majority Leader talking about this education proposal?
Representative Loon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Murphy. Well, I have spoken with both the Speaker and the Majority Leader at length about the education topic. If you're asking me if I've been in a meeting with the Governor recently, no.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Loon, thank you for that. And so I guess I'll ask you the question because I can't ask the Speaker and the Majority Leader is not on the floor, and maybe you can help me understand if there has been in this last 24 hours or however long we have been now in a negotiation over the budget, if there has been discussion with the Governor about universal or voluntary pre-K in the absence of it in your proposal.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Loon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Murphy. Well, as I said, I haven't been in a meeting with the Governor, so I guess I couldn't personally attest to what has or has not been discussed with him.
The member from Ramsey,
And
Representative
thank
Murphy.
you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Loon, thank you for that. And that was my concern, of course. The Governor, the administration, and this has been the case in my tenure here with past governors, right? They send us signals, clear signals, in many, many ways about what's important to them. And at the very beginning of this session, Governor Dayton, and prior to this, has been very clear that it is important that we continue down the road of voluntary pre-K. We did $25 million last year. School districts across the state responded beautifully, marvelously to that by applying. far more many school districts than were able to be their funding needs met, which is a show of support, a show of demand. And so I will confess that I do not understand the strategy behind your move today, the move of the majority to put these bills on the governor's desks, although I understand Representative Pepin saying we want to pass a budget. It's just a budget that seems clear to me destined for failure. And what I don't understand is why so early in the month of May you are pursuing policy that is destined for failure when Minnesotans are, looking for us to do our job. And that provision and the absence of it in your bill sends such a clear signal to me, and I think to Minnesotans, that this is yet another start to a very unfortunate ending to this session and a likely overtime. And I don't get it other than this. And I think when Minnesotans talk to me about their frustration about this place, we have lost, or maybe I should say you have lost your willingness to soften yourselves to the ideas of others. And you want to use the power that you have, and some would suggest it's an abuse of your power, to push things through and to put the legislature's power, the power that you have, on top of the wishes of the people of Minnesota, the minority that's in this body, and certainly the administration. And when you do that, and what I see is the needs of Minnesotans and the voices of Minnesotans, the people of Minnesota over and over and over again in these last couple of weeks left out. They've been left behind. And, it might be the perfect strategy for you in preparation for 2018 in the election in your quest to hold your majority. But for Minnesotans who are watching, and the ones that are going to watch this thing blow up at the end, they're left wondering what the hell we're doing.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Sandsteed.
Thank you. Members, I'm a parent, I'm a teacher, and I'm a legislator from Greater Minnesota. Back home, we talk about the need for a world-class education, about ensuring the success of every student in Minnesota, and about workforce development. This bill does one thing for Greater Minnesota, and one thing only. It provides the systematic suffocation and failure of public education. Through significantly underfunding, Minnesota students are going to suffer because Greater Minnesota districts are forced to make cuts rather than provide or strengthen student-teacher ratios, programming, really necessary student supports like full community schools that address a complex range of social, emotional, physical, and academic needs of our students. It takes away from the most gifted students in the arts by eliminating the one dedicated environment they have to their success. And on no level, in my opinion, is this world-class education. The Minnesota Chamber of Commerce and the business community have loudly articulated their need to improve, or the need for Minnesota to improve our workforce. The maneuver of eliminating voluntary pre-K actually eliminates a level playing field for our youngest learners. This creates haves and have-nots from a foundational level instead of ensuring and strengthening the success of every Minnesota student. And honestly, most egregiously of all, when we strip the funding to public education, it sends a really loud message that we no longer value public education. Minnesota does not have a lack of licensed teachers. We are not lacking licensed teachers. We have plenty of them. Teachers have just had their fill of being blamed and devalued by this institution through bills like this, and they're leaving the profession. They're walking away. When we don't fund education appropriately, we take away the tools, we take away the environment needed for our public schools to succeed. And quite honestly, we're selling out Minnesota as a state. We're selling out our future. This bill, in my opinion, pushes us one step closer.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Pryor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for recognizing me. So we're at pretty much the same place we were when the bill came to the floor before, one of them being the 1.5. And it's the funding that's not keeping up with inflation. So I want to remind people of two things that are happening this week. This is Statehood Week. And there's a great display downstairs about the Constitution and the two constitutions that we had signed in Minnesota. And one thing that you see in the Constitution is that it is our job as a state government to have a system, quality system of public education. That's our job, to fund education. The other thing that's going on this week, it's Teacher Appreciation Week. Now, many people here are teachers, former teachers, current teachers. And what you know if you're a teacher, or if you're anybody that works, your paycheck gets smaller if it doesn't keep up with inflation. And this budget, this funding, does not keep up with inflation. So I want to talk about teachers that I know, have had the privilege of knowing. One of them is somebody I went to college with. She was my roommate. And she, we've been friends for 40 years now. And she just had a retirement party 2 weeks ago. So it's after a long career in teaching. And one thing that, being friends with all these years, we knew that it was rough a lot of years because the state was in a recession, government was in a deficit, and schools were not getting funded, and her school district was not able to give them the salaries that they needed to keep pace with inflation. So those were years of deficits. The state was running a deficit. We were in recession. Okay, that's not this year. Another teacher that I know is somebody that went to high school with my son. Her name's Anna, and she's a new mother right now. She's at home right now with her baby. She's a teacher in the Minneapolis School District. I knew her in high school. She's so energetic, so hardworking. She had 2 jobs in addition to going to school for a time in the high school. And she wrote to me because she wanted to know, what we were doing for education. And she couldn't understand where these policies and these budgets we were passing, what that was doing to education, what that was telling our young teachers in this state. And I really didn't have an answer for her. Another group of teacher is somebody, people I saw this morning at an event that I was at. And there were young people there. And some of them were talking about going into teaching. A middle school teacher was one young man's aspiration. And again, what kind of signal are we giving this young aspiring teacher? Well, we don't fund education in times of surplus. So I think we should think a little bit about teacher appreciation. Teachers' salaries need to keep up with inflation. Our funding of public schools needs to keep up with inflation. Now, one thing I think that a lot of us here on the floor, maybe people watching right now on television, maybe people up in the galleries are wondering, why are we talking about this bill today? Weren't we in a process of negotiation where different sides could get together and see what the best solution was? Isn't that what a compromise is, when you have a Democratic governor and legislatures that's controlled by the Republicans, isn't that a process that you go through? But what we see so far happening is these bills have been yanked out of that process. The negotiation stopped. And before I got elected, I used to watch these things going on in the legislature, and we'd say, oh, wow, this is like a train wreck in slow motion. And I used to watch the train wreck from the sidelines. And now I have to be on the train. It's not better. It's not better. So this process that we're going through right now does not seem to be heading in a good direction. And I think most people watching right now will agree with that. And I think most of us on the floor understand that too. So I think we should pause if we could, and I guess we can't because we're on the train. I don't think this isn't a bill that we should be voting for right now. We need to fund education. Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion to adopt the conference committee report. The member from Hennepin, Representative Carlson.
Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to urge a no vote on this bill. And let me give you a little background. As most of you know, I am involved with the Ways and Means Committee, and one of our roles is to come up with a better alternative. That's the role of the minority party. And so we came up with a balanced budget approach all across state government. One of the areas that we focused on was education with our amendments. And we put together a balanced budget, and it would have provided actually about $100 million more, if I recall correctly, than even the governor's budget. Representative Marquardt carried that amendment on behalf of the minority. And unfortunately, it was voted down. And I'm not going to walk through all that we would have done with that funding level, but one of the things was the foundation aid formula. We were able to put forward in that committee with a balanced budget 2.5 and 2.5%. Unfortunately, the majority party turned that down, along with a like amendment dealing with higher education, and then a third amendment that dealt with other areas of state government to bring about that balanced approach to the state government, or to the state budget. So I just want to point that out when we're talking about the education bill. We could do much better by Minnesotans, whether we're talking about the Health and Human Services bill, which I understand may come up a little bit later this evening, but whether we're talking now here about the education bill and what's needed. I'm sure that probably every member of this body has had meetings with their school districts, talked with parents in their district, in my case even some students that normally aren't that engaged in the political process, who have expressed concern about programs in their schools. And with this budget, we're going to see teacher layoffs, unfortunately. We're going to see some programs probably discontinued if this were to become law. We'll probably see increases in class size, and we're walking away from early education. One of the reasons that I'm particularly interested in early education is the discussions that we've had about the achievement gap. And as most of you know, I'm a retired teacher. I've been retired now for many years, 19th year if I recall correctly. You begin to lose track of those retirement years. But I taught mainly through the years seniors. And I used to frequently say, and you've heard me say this on the House floor, gee, if only those students that were struggling could have gotten off to a better start in the early grades. And then later, I began to concentrate, gee, all-day kindergarten. And I'm quite proud of the fact that I got the first 50 sites, a limited number, of all-day kindergarten funded back when I chaired the Education Committee. And that grew until recent years. We were able to provide universal all-day kindergarten. But then as I began to look at the achievement gap and what was needed, became more and more interested in preschool. And unfortunately, this bill does not expand the opportunities for preschool and universal preschool. So one of the things that I think could help immensely with the achievement gap, along with other initiatives, would be early childhood education, and that's not being helped with this bill either. But the main thing I wanted to point out, again, as I said initially, we put forward a balanced budget with the resources that were available, pushed all of the buttons, including education, where we would have done more for Minnesotans and more for our children.
Member from Mille Lacs, Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I think we have forgotten the definition of negotiations. You know, it takes everyone to be involved in negotiations, and the governor is the leader, and his delaying setting a joint target with the House and Senate is what's provoking some of what you're experiencing on this floor today. So I implore all of you, and I implore the governor right now, to sit down at the table and come up with a joint target that we can agree on. Because members, if you look at the education bill, there's not one policy item or in fact funding item in here that isn't intended to improve education. The job of a teacher, number one, is to increase achievement among his or her students. Number two, is to make sure that those students who are having some problems are growing, especially in reading and math. So growth is really important. There are provisions in this bill that's going to provide for that. Thirdly, you can't leave anyone behind. Representative Loon has taken school readiness dollars to target those who are being left behind or maybe getting behind. And so teachers are going to have access to that. Those 74 pilots will continue. They will continue with readiness dollars, which means we're targeting those students who are behind. And that's really important. We have a mixed delivery system in this state that we want to continue. So we have the scholarship program. That's so important in rural Minnesota, where we have a few providers who want to stay in business. In fact, they're women who own businesses, and they want to provide this education for our early learners. So a mixed delivery system is essential. But we have a bill here that is providing for both of those plus Pathway to scholarships. So members, think carefully about the direction of this bill, budget-wise and policy. Yeah, maybe it's not at the level that we would like for the formula funding, but that's not what it's all about. It is about setting a foundation for our children by looking at policy. And policy, I'll remind you, and this is really funding, but we have the Santa Foundation, the Reading Corps, the Math Corps, Parent-Child Home, additional dollars, Rock and Read, which has proved to be very successful. And I think one of the reasons that Representative Loon and I have focused on readiness for the continuation of these 74 pilots is that we need to find out if this program is actually working. Is voluntary pre-K in the form of school readiness, whichever we call it, going to show that there are results among these learners who are behind? So think carefully about that. And Governor, I hope you're listening to us, because you need to sit down with us, since you wouldn't let Commissioner Cassellius negotiate with us, only provide comments, that we need to have a serious discussion about these children of ours that we love so dearly. We have education partnerships. We have foster kids educational stability. We have mental health grants. We have AP/IB STEM grants for those children who probably haven't been able to participate in those programs because they are of low income. We have Recovery Co-program grants. The Senate added third grade reading intervention. Senator Pratt, as you know, is passionate about that, and we toned that down a little bit so that the bill that came out of Policy Committee, which was a hold harmless, is basically still a hold harmless. We have a career and technical. We have grant dollars for programs that will be consortia that will operate out of our co-ops. So we're moving in the direction of providing that. Members, this is a good bill for the target that we have. We asked the governor to join us in a joint target so we can move forward, but he's got to sit down and seriously go through this bill with us, because we have not one a project or a policy or a funding in here that isn't going to help our children. Members, we need a definite green vote on this.
On the adoption of the conference report, member from Hennepin, Representative Loon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to request a roll call.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Loon.
Thank you. Well, I won't belabor the points that were made. Thank you, Representative Erickson, who is a great partner to work with as the chair of the policy committee, many of these important issues. And she said many of the points I was hoping to make. I will just harken back to a couple of things. You know, I was looking at, and I brought with me the letter that Commissioner Casella sent with a number of concerns about the House passed bill when we went through it. And that extensive list has largely been addressed through changes made in this conference committee report. Changes to compensatory funding, delinking ECFE, not fully funding adult basic education. The list goes on and on. We've listened, and we've addressed those things. I understand concerns about the formula funding. Believe me, I do. But we have made the best possible use of the dollars we have. And I don't know if any other conference committee reports came back to the bodies with a number that was higher than either the House or the Senate target, but this one is. This one is. So we're fighting hard for our kids, and I think we should all be proud of that, doing the best we can with the dollars that we have. And one final thing before we go to vote, just with regards to the pre-K discussion and school readiness. So for anyone listening, and a lot of this jargon sounds confusing, school readiness is school-based preschool. We've had it for years. Every school district gets this money to provide schooling, preschool, for at-risk 3- and 4-year-olds. It is targeted to low-income children. Others can also participate based on a sliding fee schedule that school establishes so that families of greater economic means can also access that if they choose, but they're going to pay a little bit for it. And that's okay, because we want to make sure that we are targeting those children who are at greatest risk of falling into the achievement gap. That is the reason for doing this, to make sure those kids who are at risk of not succeeding get the quality early education they need to be coming into kindergarten ready to be successful, on par with their more economically advantaged peers. That is the reason we do this. That is the reason we do this. So there is no disagreement between the House or the Senate or Republicans and Democrats or the governor on the importance of quality early childhood education. The difference is, if we're going to fund for everyone, regardless of economic circumstances, or if we are going to target our dollars to those children at greatest risk for whom that education is desperately needed, or they will not be ready for kindergarten, or on track to read by 3rd grade, or then to graduate from high school. That is the difference. And I think that is an important difference and one we should pursue. You know, that voluntary pre-K money, I've been asking for information from the department since January about how many new students are being funded through those programs, those 74 school districts and charter schools. Last week when the conference committee met, I received an email from the Department of Education with some of the information I asked for. I think that was May 2nd. Been asking since January. So I think this bears a little bit of reflection on folks who are just bent on supporting the governor's point of view on this. Of 74 school districts who received VPK, voluntary preschool funding, 14 of those districts did not serve one more child than they did the year before. Let me repeat, 14 districts did not serve one more child than they did the year before they received that funding. It's $25 million a year. 14 districts, not one more child. What happened? They supplanted other funds. They just moved other funds they were using for preschool to other areas within their school buildings. This program is not being used to serve additional children. 78% of the children being served through this program do qualify or fall under that free or reduced price lunch, that standard of poverty we have. That means 700 children, if all of them were being served, which we're not sure exactly who's being served under this, that means that 700 kids are being served who wouldn't qualify for a scholarship or for free school readiness. We are taking away from poor children and serving others through the governor's program structure. We have no quarrel with the governor on the importance of this. We have a quarrel with the governor on how it is structured. And I think we can resolve this when everyone's ready to come to the table. But in the meantime, members, I ask for your support for the conference report.
Roll call has been requested on the adoption of the conference report. The clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 76 ayes and 56 nays, the motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended by conference.
Third reading, House File Number 890, as amended by conference.
Third reading as amended by conference. Discussion to the bill. Member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I don't normally get up on education bills, but I just wanted to ask a question of Representative Loon, if she would yield.
She will. Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Loon, I've been sitting here listening to this discussion on your bill and looking at the tables that have been sent around telling us how this all affects our own district. And what I see here is that for my district, the Rochester Public Schools, I see that the governor's proposal would give my school district over $12 million total in the next biennium, and that what's in this bill is just barely over half of that for the Rochester schools. And so, I understand there's some differences in how the money's allocated and so on. I know these school formulas are rather complicated for those of us who don't work in the area. But, I just want to ask you, if I was to vote for your bill, how would I go home and explain to my district why I voted for a proposal that gives the district about half of what the governor is proposing and why that's good enough, when I know that my district is going to have to make cuts if your proposal would become law? Can you answer that for me, please?
Member from Hennepin, Representative Loon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Liebling. Well, I think, you've been in the legislature a long time. I've been here a few years, and we don't always get everything we're seeking in omnibus bills or other things. So clearly there's a difference right now between what the governor has proposed in his budget and the bill that we're voting on today. But again, there's definitely a sizable increase for all schools. It's $182 per student just from the basic formula, and then there's other additional increases involved in the bill. So, I think there's good information here to take back to your districts, and I would suspect we may revisit this issue again before the 22nd of May.
Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Loon. Well, I heard you say something else that kind of motivated me to stand up at the end of your last speech there before we voted on adoption. You said, I think you were talking about the governor's proposal for voluntary all-day pre-K, and you said it was taking from poor children and serving others. And I have to say, members, when I look at this bill doesn't stand on its own. This bill is in the context of the entire Republican budget. And what that budget is doing is taking from poor children and serving others. That is the impact of your entire budget. Because your budget is based on an enormous tax cut, much of which goes to the wealthy. And were it not for that, the schools would be getting enough money so that they didn't have to make cuts. And so I just want to bring that back into perspective, that you are making a choice here. Your choice in your budget is to prioritize, to value tax cuts over the school children in every one of our districts. Let's be really clear about that choice. Now, I know a lot of you think that's a great choice, but I don't think those are Minnesota values. And what's really important for Minnesotans to understand, and I don't think it gets said enough, is that when we do our budget projections around here, there is nothing built in for inflation for our schools. And inflation, were it built into our budget this year, it would take $1.1 billion away from the so-called surplus. And so when Republicans want to go out and spend that surplus on tax cuts, what you're really doing is using money that would have just kept our schools even. That's what's happening here. So let's just be really clear about that. So when Representative Loon says that the governor is taking from poor children and serving others, that is what the Republican majority, in fact, is doing for all of our state. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from St. Louis, Representative Murphy M.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, several people have said, Mary, you didn't sign the conference committee report. And I had the opportunity to do that last night, and I declined, not because of what's in the bill so much as what's out of the bill. I was very disappointed when leadership gave the targets it gave. I was proud when I recognized that Chair Loon has more money, found out that there's more money in this bill than was in the Senate target or the House target. Good job, Chair Loon. Thank you, Representative Knobloch, for giving up some of your walking around money for that extra, because it is important. Every single bit of money in early childhood through 12th grade is an investment in our future, our Minnesota families and our children. When we go out and ask the people what they expect, more than any other state institution, it's the public education facilities in their community that is the heart and soul of why they picked that neighborhood. And it is their trust in the legislature to return the investment to their neighborhood so that their kids have all the opportunities that kids in other parts of the state have. And their kids have the opportunity of knowing that they are somebody on their block and in their immediate neighborhood and in their school, and later in their city and county. And they are going to be sitting in these seats one day saying, thank you, or I wish we had more. We had something since the early 80s that many states do not have. It was an opportunity for high school kids with special talents to come to a state school and realize their potential with other students with greater potentials and with teachers that had all kinds of experiences that their local teachers didn't have. It was the perfect school for all the arts. And we didn't have money enough to keep that going. And as we heard at the last meeting of the conference committee, we didn't have money to keep the perfect school open and have 1.5% on the per pupil unit increase. One of the other things we didn't have that I worked so hard on during these years that I've served on the Pension Commission, for the first time ever, for the first time, we convinced the governor and the agencies that they had to ask for money, not at the tail end of the legislative session, for the monies that the state's responsibility is to pay for the employer's share to be increased. The employer's share of our state employees, all the plans, the employer's share has to be increased if we are going to have sustainable funding in the next 20 years. And for the first time ever, the governor put money in. He put $69 million on the front line for pensions, in addition to the per pupil unit expansion of money, for pensions, for the employer's share to the school districts, so it wouldn't have to be picked up as part of what he was recommending, the 2% increase for each and every student. A bold, courageous move, paid up front, that the School Boards Association, the Superintendents Association, the Principals Association, the Teachers Association, and the parents' expectations was that the employer's share wouldn't come out of the learning opportunities for the kids, for the stability of the pensions of those who care the most, to get those kids ready for success. And the agencies were recommended money from the governor's budget on lines for pensions. And somehow or another, in deciding what the strategies were, and that pensions should be part of the global deal rather than the each and every individual agency or the each and every school district's goals. There's no money in here for pensions. And so the bold, new change, first time ever, saying up front, we should adopt this money. It wasn't. And that gets down to what the Commissioner of Education said at our meeting. The governor was saying the needs of every family and child in our public schools, early childhood through 12th grade, should be $713 million. And this bill is less than half of that. And so we have to think about it. It's a bill that I have no complaints about. But it's a bill that's not funded enough, or it's underfunded. It's not what I heard at the listening sessions that I've attended in our communities. It's not a bill that meets the expectations and needs of our children and family and our future.
Member from Ramsey, Representative Mariani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I cannot in good conscience vote for this bill. And frankly, I don't think anyone here should either. Funding our kids matters. Funding for our kids matters. And as you've heard from a number of people here today already, this bill falls far short of doing that. Now I want you to keep in mind one figure that's been mentioned once or twice already today, and that's the $1.6 billion. That's the context within which we have come together as a legislature. A few months ago, I was out west in Oregon. Dynamic legislature, dynamic people, lots of good ideas. Turns out that their budget has a $1.5 billion shortfall. They would love to be where we are, to be in a place where they can take good and strong ideas and invest it in their kids. Everywhere I went, that's what they wanted to do. They can't do that under their finances. We can, but under this bill, we won't. You know, Representative Marquardt, you and I had the privilege of chairing the K-12 committees a few years ago, 4 years ago, and I remember about this time we stood on this floor and we came up, we presented a finance bill for our kids, for public education, that I don't think I'm wrong about this. I think there were about 100 votes for that bill. It was a strong investment in our kids that brought Republicans and Democrats together 4 years ago. It happened under your leadership, Representative Marquardt. It happened under, quite frankly, under my party's leadership of this body. That's not happening here today. It's not happening because we're not funding our kids. We prioritize children. We did, I can't remember because we moved it around. We did at least 2. I think we started with 2.5. We understood a pretty simple concept, and that is that inflation is a reality. We can try to wish it away. We can pretend it doesn't exist. We can get accountants to play with numbers that ignore inflation. It all looks good and a soundbite, but it's not reality. And our kids' education is real. And our kids need a fighting chance. And if we're not doing at least 2% on the formula here, at least, they don't have that fighting chance. So it's now 2017, and a new majority would rather take the people's hard-earned resources meant for our kids and give it away to wealthy people who don't need it. Don't need it. Some who don't even live in this state. 1.6 billion. That's the context, folks. Make no mistake about it, Minnesota. The funding in this bill will guarantee your children will have to do with less. The funding in this bill guarantees your children will have to do with less. Less instruction for them, less services for them. $1.6 billion. Our kids, places of learning, are going through big changes and challenges. I think we all know that. Many of us spend time in our public schools, as we should. The cost of running schools is real. Inflation carves away consistently at those places of learning, our schools. We have dropping enrollments for many districts that are real. And yet, that doesn't mean that you're not going to offer algebra because you have fewer students. Doesn't mean you're going to offer a health class. Doesn't mean that you're going to offer any of the contents that subject matters that we expect, we want our children to master so that they can be powerful citizens of our state. That still needs to happen. And yet, with a formula-driven system, with dropping enrollment, that means we have to do better than what's in this funding formula in this bill. This bill chooses to do a 1.5% each year, even as we have that $1.6 billion context. But members, even with 2%, say we're doing 2%, even with a 2% proposal for our kids, we would still have shortfalls. Doesn't even put us in the ballpark where we need to be. So 1.5 isn't anywhere near that. Kids in Shakopee, for instance, under a 2%, would be looking at $4.3 million less each year. Lakeville would be looking at $3.4 million less each year. Minneapolis, that big school district, $22 million. Osseo, a dynamic district, $6 million less. My district, $21 million less. Bloomington, $2.8 million less. This isn't just an urban issue. It's an urban, suburban, and quite frankly, it's also a rural issue. School districts, and better said, our kids, will have less. Less for instructors, for teachers, less for teacher assistants, less for paraprofessionals, less for after-school programs. And yet, there's that $1.6 billion. Even there are a number of things that we could do in this bill. These bills are big and complex. There are other ways in which we could be assisting our children in our schools. in our districts. My district is St. Paul, my neighboring district is South St. Paul, for instance, would be well served by a levy equalization approach different than what we have now, but we're not even doing that. So members, these are real budget cuts to our kids that exist in this bill. $1.6 billion is what Oregon wishes it had to invest in our kids. They have the vision. They don't have the resources. We have the resources, and today on this floor, we don't have the vision. Our kids deserve that vision. They deserve better than what we're funding in this bill. Funding matters. Funding our kids matters. I look forward to a no vote by the majority on this floor. And if that doesn't happen, then I look forward to having this discussion again. I look forward to having a real, mature conversation with our executive branch. And I look forward to working with the other side of the aisle so that we can properly fund our kids.
Member from Dakota, Representative May Quaid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I've talked about my schools in my district a lot because I love them. I love the students in the schools because I graduated from those schools. I know what they smell when they walk into their cafeteria and how the sinks in their bathrooms work and the quirks in the heating vents. Those are my students. Those are my schools. And I'm fierce for those students because we can do more. As Representative Murphy talked about, in the future, those students will be in these seats and hopefully they will be saying thank you. And hopefully they won't be saying you could have done more. Well, I am one of those students. We are currently funding schools at levels when I was in school still. And we talk about the formula, and yes, it's not up to where we'd like it to be, and then we blow past it. Like it's not the foundation of our education funding. As if cutting this funding doesn't damage every single school district in our state, every single one. And we know that when cuts are made, they do not come back. There are high school students right now that I can't share a story with about activity buses because they were cut in the last round of cuts. And I heard someone mention recently, oh, well, the districts will figure it out. Well, yes, they will. And here's how. They'll make class sizes even bigger. They'll increase student activity fees. I ran for office because there are students in my district that are hungry. If their parents can't afford food, how will they pay for activity fees or the ACT to be reimbursed later? Districts will increase class sizes, they will increase student activity fees, they will cut even more programs, counselors. We have the worst counselor rate to students in the nation, or dang close. And yet it will go down at a time when we have a surplus. Members, Minnesota values are for education. That's the one thing we've always been able to agree on. The one thing. And this is the foundation, the foundational funding for every school in this entire state. Well, they'll figure it out. Yes, they will. They'll figure it out on the backs of students who are already struggling. We want to declare a war on the achievement gap. We have declared a war on those in the achievement gap, and this less funding will widen that and throw a whole bunch of other kids in it. So we need to vote no.
Member from Ramsey, Representative Kunish-Podin.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. We've been hearing about how there are promises in this bill to target more money and that go into our classrooms and implement needed reforms and put Minnesota kids first. And we heard how we cannot leave anybody behind, how we have to set the foundation for success. But once again, our Indian children are left out of this formula. Those children that we love so dearly are once again left out in the cold. Well, our American Indian people are citizens of Minnesota. And they deserve that world-class education, they deserve our care, and they deserve our attention. The last time we heard this bill, I asked that you go back and you put the funding back into the bill that the governor put in there in 2015. Those funds made a huge difference in our Indian schools. They made a huge difference in continuing to support our Indian schools, and it helped to take care of some of the historical neglect that we have had for our Indian children and families across the nation. I'd like you all to take a minute and look at the article that I sent out for all of you. It's right here. White Earth worries loss of state money may cripple schools' progress. This came out just today. So I'd like you to take a minute, all of you, and look at this. And you'll notice that on page 2, it shows that using money from the 2015 state funding boost, the school built a curriculum that connects academics and Native culture that has helped to improve student achievement. This shows it right here. And down at the end, it says that unfortunately, there's always been a gap in funding for our Indian schools because of the federal government does not fulfill its promises, and that the state chips in to fill that gap between those federal funds, and that's what the school needs to fulfill that school formula. Those schools took that extra funds that our governor promised them in 2015, and that money, the 2015 money more than doubled the cap on our state contributions. And in this story, in the circle of life, in this school, it helped close that gap. This was 2015. We're in 2017. In 2 years, they were able to do that with the funding that Minnesota provided to them. Without us putting that money back into the bill, filling that hole that the lack of funding has in there, without that action, the funds will drop back to a pre-2015 level. And all the things that Representative Mayquade told you will probably compound 2, 3, 4 times for our Indian schools because of the continual historical neglect and not stepping up and doing what we need to do as Minnesota to make sure that all of our students succeed. Not just our wealthy metropolitan schools, not just those schools that are targeted through grants and through the oh my goodness, what am I thinking of? The vouchers, thank you. But you know what? We need to make sure that this funding is there for now, for the next biennium, and the next biennium. Because I can promise you, just as this article shows you, our Native schools and our Native children will catch up. And so I want to ask you to go back and fill that gaping hole. Because this bill screams of negligence to our Native communities once again. And it has been the historic practice over and over to not see these Native schools, to not help our Native children. When we penalize our Indian children for the inequities of our federal government, that's just wrong. It's cold-hearted and it's hard-minded, and we're not cold-hearted up here in Minnesota. Unfortunately, this bill does not reflect Minnesota's values. And so I ask you once again to go back and follow the direction of the governor, put the funding back in for our Indian schools, and do the right thing.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Dabney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And let me thank my colleagues who've spoken before me. You've heard a great deal of passion and a great deal of commitment on this side of the aisle to meeting the needs of the children and family in Minnesota and meeting the future needs of the employers of Minnesota, who are looking for Minnesota to continue in its tradition of investing in its youth as a key strategy to investing in its economy. But this bill, members, is kind of a story of less and more. Now, I'll admit up front, it's more the less than it is the more, because it's less funding than even meets inflation, less funding than what would even just keep our schools at where they're at today, and less funding for the opportunities that our students need. So what does that less mean? Well, it means less teachers in the classroom. It means less courses to choose from. It means less aides and support staff in the school. And for some kids, it's that aide, it's that janitor, it's that other person who's the one they really connect with in the school. Maybe that aide looks more like their family than the teacher does. Maybe that aide speaks the same language at home that they do. Maybe that janitor attends the same faith community that they do. That's who they connect with, and we need kids to connect. But there'll be less of those folks in our schools next fall under this bill. There'll also be less counselors and school social workers, the folks who have the professional skills to work with kids when they need it most. When life's rough at home, when they're being challenged in the classroom, when they need that extra assistance and their family maybe needs access to some resources, there'll be even less counselors and less social workers in our schools next fall under this bill. There'll also be less coaches and less activity directors and less opportunities for kids that animate their learning, that give them opportunities to explore who they are and to develop. And you know, members, we can dismiss the sports, and we can dismiss the music, and we can dismiss the theater, and we can dismiss all those little extras that aren't about reading and math scores. But that kid on the basketball court, that kid on the football field, learns how to be a member of a team and pull together. And that's what our employers tell us they need most out of their new employees. That kid who's playing the instrument in the orchestra or the band, who's singing in the choir, who's in the theater program, learns how to present themselves, when to step in and play their part, when to step back and listen to others. Those are the skills that employers want. And there'll be less opportunity for kids to develop those skills and be who they can be next year under this bill. For those families who want to access our early childhood scholarship program, there'll be less choice, less opportunity, and less assurances of quality. The two pillars that underlie our early childhood scholarship program are choice and quality. And we're stepping backwards on both of those. Less opportunity, less quality next year under this bill. And less opportunities for those families and those students who want a quality pre-kindergarten program. At the same time that research is showing that when you cut through all the tests and all the studies, it's access to a high-quality public pre-K program that best serves the kids that we need to serve best, there'll be less opportunity next year, and the year after that, and the year after that for those families. In our schools next year, for the kids who are there this year, their younger siblings who are coming up will have less opportunity than they have today. Not because times are tough, not because we can't, but because we've chosen not to. It's a question of will. Will we do it? Instead of providing for the needs of 95% of Minnesota kids who attend our public schools, there's a private school voucher scheme in the tax bill. As research mounts and mounts and mounts on the failure of private school vouchers, the loud voices on the other side of the aisle demand that we, instead of providing funding for public schools and 95% of Minnesota's kids, we provide a voucher scheme for the declining number of families who are choosing private education. If we simply took the funds assigned to the private school vouchers and instead provided them to our public school students, we'd at least meet an inflationary increase in the general funding formula. But there will be more next year under this bill too. There'll be more kids in every classroom. And there'll be less time for that child to get that one-on-one attention they need from the teacher when they've got a question, when they're a little confused, when they're having a day that they just need to connect. There'll be less for that. Members, it's a question of will. I hope you will hit the red vote. Thank you.
Member for Hennepin, Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, budgets are a place where we reflect our values and our priorities. And today, with the size of the E12 bill in front of us, we're really making the wrong choice, and we're not reflecting Minnesotans' values. Today is Teacher Appreciation Day. This is Teacher Appreciation Week, and Minnesotans value their teachers. When I think about some of the most important teachers, think about Judy Blomgren and Nicole Kronzer, two teachers at Champlain Park High School. Teachers who not only teach students, but love students. They call their houses when their students aren't in class. They find out what's going on and make sure that not only are they teaching analytical writing and English skills, but making sure that these kids are developing into responsible adults who will contribute in society. And today we have a choice between, do we value teachers like Nicole Kronzer and Judy Blomgren, or do we value people who have estates valued at $1.8 million and higher? Do we need to fund our teachers and our schools so that we don't have layoffs? Or do we need to give a tax cut to people who already have estates of $1.8 million? We also value our children in Minnesota, and this bill doesn't reflect those values. The Osseo School District in my district is the largest recipient of pre-K dollars currently. They educated 260 children last year. 100 of them were English language learners, and they already have 198 four-year-olds signed up for next year. And in this bill, we're not valuing those students. As DFLers, education is our highest priority and our highest value, and we're in step with Minnesotans on that. We value our teachers, we value our students, we value education. And today, we have to make a choice. Are we going to give our schools the resources they need to take care of our teachers and to take care of our children? The bill in front of us today does not reflect Minnesotans' values of valuing education and teachers and children. And members, I think you should vote no.
The member from Hennepin and the author of the bill from Hennepin, Representative Loon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, thank you for a good and vigorous debate, as always, as I would expect in this great body. Members, I understand that there are differences of opinion on where we are on this bill, but again, I just want to draw attention to a few things that we've talked about and highlighted. First of all, again, the formula increase in here, 1.5 and 1.5. And I know there are members who would like it to be higher. I would be not truthful if I wasn't telling you I was one of those members. However, you know, some of the comments discussed on the House floor discuss our priorities in that and how wonderful maybe past bills were. You know, the formula increase In 2013-14 bill was 1.5 and 1.5. The bill that got 100 members to vote for it that Representative Mariani talked about. There was substantial new funding and a new program in all-day kindergarten at our schools, but the formula increase that went for all of the other children was 1.5 and 1.5. And maybe we'll have that discussion with the governor. Maybe he'd prefer to do school for all 4-year-olds versus money on the formula. That's certainly something that I've discussed with school districts. I don't think that's the direction they want to go, but I expect that could be a conversation we will have. Many of the other things that the commissioner raised concerns about, objections to, have been resolved in this conference report. Again, I already discussed compensatory funding, adult basic education, ECFE, a number of other commitments that remain strong and with no changes to the current funding structure in the bill. So I think we've made great progress, and I look forward to continuing on that progress. Now, I note the issue of the tribal schools has come up a few times, and I know for some of the new members who weren't here last year, let me just make sure that everyone's talking from the same fact sheet about what happened with regards to our commitment to American Indian children, their education here in the state of Minnesota. So 2 years ago, when we had our budget negotiations, as part of our final agreement with the governor, there was a one-time increase for tribal contract schools. That increase was not included in the base, and you can go back and look at the bill and the funding documents. And part of that was concern that our federal government was not increasing their commitment or keeping their commitment to tribal schools. And there was a lot of discussion about the need for a new school building with the Bug School funding, which it did eventually come through. And I think kudos to all the members who put a lot of pressure on our federal representatives to help make that happen. But in addition to that increase, one-time increase for our tribal schools, there was a new funding formula created that goes to all schools with American Indian children in them, going to them. And that funding is $14.4 million over base funding for this previous grant program that we had that didn't go to all schools. You had to apply. Some schools got it, some didn't. So now every school with, I think it's either 10 or 20 American Indian children in it gets this funding, and this is ongoing and continuous. Again, $14.4 million increase. And that goes to 122 school districts, 11 charter schools, and the 4 tribal contract schools. They all participate in that. So just please understand that that is also included in this bill and ongoing. There's $920,000 in this bill for the upcoming biennium for Indian teacher preparation grants. And that's also an increase from the previous, the 16-17 biennium, where it was $380,000. So our commitment has been strong. Certainly people can disagree and hope that we do more. But I just think it's important to put that on the record, that we made a substantial increase in commitment to our Native American children as part of last year's biennium, and that continues now and into the future, as it should be. So, you know, I've already talked about some of our disagreements on early childhood and the direction we want to go. There is new money for scholarships in this. I don't know if I clearly delineated that, but there's $19 million in increased funding for scholarships. Again, our scholarships money are targeted towards family at 175% or below the federal poverty level. That is our standard for qualifying for free or reduced price lunch. And families can take those scholarships and go to any quality early childhood program that suits the needs of their young child and their family. And we have a number of them across the state, and we're trying to continue to increase that number. They may go to a school program, they may go to a daycare center, they may go to a home-based center. The choice is theirs, and I think it's important that we preserve that choice. We want to make sure that we're reaching those children who fall into that achievement gap. That is our commitment in this legislation, that we are targeting our dollars to those students at highest risk. And that is the method behind the bill that we've crafted. So members, with that, I would ask for your support. Thank you.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. Get Jim's attention. The clerk will close the roll. There being 72 ayes and 59 nays, the bill is repassed as amended by conference and its title agreed to. Without objection, we'll revert to messages from the Senate.
Message from the Senate, and this is the Hamilton motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce that the Senate has concurred in and adopted the report of the Conference Committee on Senate File Number 780, an act relating to state government appropriating money for agriculture. Conference Committee report is addressed to the Honorable Michelle L. Fischbach, President of the Senate, and the Honorable Kurt L. Doudt, Speaker of the House. We, the undersigned conferees for Senate File Number 780, report that we have signed the agreement upon the items in dispute and recommend as follows. The Conference Committee report is signed by all 5 conferees on the part of the Senate and all 5 conferees on the part of the House. Hamilton moves that the report of the Conference Committee on Senate File Number 780 be adopted and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Conference Committee.
Recognize the author from Cottonwood, Representative Hamilton, who will explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is the Ag Bill. Obviously, it passed, reminder, 134-0 when it left the House floor. The changes on page 4, lines 21. There's the wolf livestock conflict prevention. That was a Representative Poston's bill. The Senate was looking out for you, my friend. On page 10, line 11, there's ethnic minority chambers. There's some language in there and a small appropriation to help promote farming initiatives, which will line up nice with some of the urban agriculture language as well. On lines, starting on lines 7.22, this is the agri funds. The Senate did have a strong emphasis on value added, and so there's some hard numbers in there directed towards some of those initiatives that you can see starting on page 7, lines .22. Page 15, line 8, there's a provision in there for inspections, review, and reporting. That was a Senate provision asking the department to report back to us. Members, starting on page 25, lines 17, a person certified under this section is not required to receive a verification of need prior to application of a pesticide. And to my Iron Ranger friends, starting on page 26, lines 25, that is language as it pertains to the siting incentive. We are not touching that as far as that is still in place. We're simply transferring that from a statutory appropriation into a direct appropriation, and I would stand for questions. Thank you.
There being no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion to adopt the member from Nicollet, Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to say that this is probably our opportunity to do better for agriculture. This is the vote where we have an opportunity to send this bill back to conference. You know, I proudly serve on both ag committees. And one of the reasons I like to serve on both ag committees is that we have the ability to work together in agriculture, to come together with good solutions for the state of Minnesota. Everybody in St. Paul knows today that there's more money floating around for agriculture as part of the negotiations. And I know, Representative Hamilton, you've struggled with a low target this time, I believe about a 0 target. And that's hard. You worked well with it. And my compliments to you. You know I respect your leadership. But this is not the evening to turn down additional funding for agriculture when you represent a district like mine, which is heavily based on agriculture. So my suggestion to the body is let's send this bill back. Let's finish the negotiations. Again, agriculture has shown the ability to negotiate in good faith, and there's every reason I have to believe that we could do that with this bill as well. So could that additional money be used for? I just want to point out two or three items that I would hope that would be addressed as long as there's money on that table for agriculture. Let's take advantage of it. The first is noxious weeds. In the bill, I believe there's funding for counties to do some noxious weed programming. That's really important funding. My compliments to Representative Anderson. You fought for that. It needs to be in the bill. But what's missing is any statewide coordination of that effort. And I'll tell you, I represent a lot of soybean farmers, and soybean farmers continue to tell me they are deeply concerned about the possibility of the infusion of Palmer amaranth, a really rough weed to deal with. If we were to see a large infusion of that again, we would want the statewide coordination of the Department of Agriculture to do that. There's no reason why we can't go back to that conference committee and get a couple of people hired in the Department of Agriculture to make sure we're looking at this not only on a county-by-county basis, but on a statewide basis. I don't think Palmer amaranth will respect county boundaries should it show up again in Minnesota. Throughout the several years that I've worked here, we've too often asked the Department of Agriculture to do more with less. It's a proud department. They do a lot of good work for farmers. And they fundamentally need the operational funds that they're asking for, at least some of those operational funds that they're asking for, in order to serve our family farmers. I think that's a fair ask. But finally, I just want to say about the Agri program. I like that Agri program. And I think it fits with this time of year. Where I live and in other places I go, I get to read weekly papers. And one of my favorite parts that weekly papers talk about, the last they're graduates, they say, what do you hope to do on graduation? And my favorite and then they ask the kids to talk about it. And my favorites for some reason are always those kids who say, you know what I want to do? I want to start a cow-calf operation. There's a lot of young people in Minnesota that want to start a young cow-calf operation. We could be putting more money into those agri-funds. We could be providing more flexibility in those agri-funds to make sure more of those kids could reach those dreams. So my suggestion to the body is to vote no on the conference report. Let's send it back, let's get the job done, and let's do it right.
Representative Johnson, did you request a roll call? Okay, member from Rice, Representative Bly.
I would request a roll call, sir.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Bly.
I concur with Representative Johnson that we should send this back. We should come to an agreement that brings us more money. I don't fault Chair Hamilton. I think he made every effort he could to get more money. And I think that he's been creative about trying to shift funds around to meet needs that are there. Representative Hamilton often says he wants it all. He wants all kinds of agriculture to be promoted. At different times, I think we seem to be stuck in 20th century agriculture when things are changing, when science is telling us different stories, different things that we need to pay attention to, and they get lost in this bill. I think the governor, looking at some of that, asked for some things that would be changes. They're not reflected in the bill. I think that the efforts to really avoid or not deal with the labeling of pesticides and those kinds of things that step away from the federal requirements is dangerous. It's a step in the wrong direction. I'm concerned about that. You know, Palmer amaranth wouldn't be a problem if we hadn't overused pesticides. There are farmers out there experimenting with things that would help us understand how we can step away from that kind of chemical farming. But we're not listening to that. I wish we could. But I think the answer here is in this bill is to send it back, get it in shape where we'll get some more funding for agriculture and deal with some things that we need to deal with. You know, some of the shifting causes me concern because you may remember that I've spoken before on the need for taking care of our avian flu problems that we've had in the past and making sure that we're protected from that. I'm concerned about some of the shifting that moves that money around. So I would encourage us to not concur and to send this back and negotiate for a better bill. I support Reverend Johnson's comments. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the adoption of the committee report. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 75 ayes and 55 nays, the motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended by conference.
Third reading, Senate File Number 780, as amended by conference.
Third reading as amended by conference. Discussion, further discussion. Member from Freeborn, Representative Poppy. No, Mauer, Representative Mauer. Member from Mauer, Representative Poppy. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. When we had this bill on the House floor before, I said it was a good bill. And it was a good bill. We had a good, strong vote. We had a good bill from the House. We went to conference, and when you go to conference, you expect and hope that you're going to get a better bill coming back. Unfortunately, I think there are some problems with it, and I think it's been mentioned. Certainly Representative Johnson and Representative Bly have talked about it. But a couple of things. The slicing and dicing of the agri funds is of concern to me. I've always been one to advocate that we have that and that the department should have flexibility within the agri program. We have a need for the staff person in the noxious weeds area and to be able to increase the funds for the Department of Ag for their grants management. Those are important things. One area that we heard a lot about for those of us who are on the conference committee was about good food access, and that we did not actually provide funds for that. Certainly we have food deserts throughout the state in everybody's legislative district, and so that's something that everyone would like to see some money for. So I think that I'm hoping that we're going to have a bill today. It's going to pass. It's going to go to the governor. If it comes back to us, if it does, we have the opportunity to get some more money, because I think, Representative Hamilton, in agriculture, a little money goes a long ways. And you have done good work with the little money that you have and being able to disperse those funds appropriately, but we could use a little more money. And I think if we had a little more money, we'd be able to, again, use that wisely. And I would appreciate that we have that opportunity, perhaps, to do that. Thank you.
The author of the bill from Cottonwood, Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for your support.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the conference report. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. Swazinski votes aye. There being 77 ayes and 53 nays, the bill is repassed as amended by conference and its title agreed to. Another message from the Senate.
Message from the Senate, and this is the Anderson S. motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce that the Senate has concurred in and adopted the report of the Conference Committee on Senate File Number 605, an act relating to the operation of state government. The Conference Committee report on Senate File 605 is addressed to the Honorable Michelle L. Fischbach, President of the Senate, the Honorable Kurt L. Doudt, Speaker of the House. We, the undersigned conferees for Senate File Number 605, report that we have agreed upon the items in dispute and recommend as follows. The Conference Committee report is signed on behalf 4 of the 5 conferees on behalf of the Senate and 5 of the 5 conferees on the part of the House. Anderson S. moves that the report of the Conference Committee on Senate File Number 605 be adopted and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Conference Committee.
Recognize the author of the report, Representative Anderson S. of Hennepin.
Thank you, members. I'd encourage your vote to adopt this conference report. This bill has gotten even better from going through the Senate Conference Committee process with our fellow senators. What we did is we provided more funding for protecting our veterans. As you remember, the bill left the House here, and we provided funding for homeless vets. That's part of the Representative Bliss's bill. We also provided funding for veterans that are having to go through the court process that may be suffering from the post-traumatic stress disorder. That was Representative Detmer's bill. We also put forward some money for tuition reimbursement for veterans. And we also extended the enlistment funding that was requested by the agency as well. On top of that, we do have the provision in the bill dealing with the GI Bill. It's Representative Nash's provision, and a host of other things. But on top of that, we also provide for a new account that would allow us to provide for veteran homes in areas that are not met, their need is not met. We've heard from areas in Fillmore County, in Bemidji, and Montevideo that they are looking to find veteran homes closer to their veterans. And so that's all part of this bill. But on top of that, as we look at state government and we try to figure out how can we make it better and run more efficiently, it's a task that I take very seriously. And so as part of this, we have still the gain sharing program that we discussed through the House. We found in a situation where the agencies were not implementing the gain sharing program as it was put in place in 2011. They had not achieved any cost savings, and yet they were still handing out bonuses to employees. So we put that gain sharing program back in place, make sure that we're crystal clear in what the intent of that legislation is. We also, though, look at the chargebacks, and this is where we take some of the Senate language. What we found in the chargeback situation is that the governor's office was charging agencies for operations of their office, and some of those funds were being taken out of our roads and bridges. They were being taken out of our higher education. And a host of other agencies, and so we put a stop to that to make sure that we keep our roads and bridges and our higher education and our CGIP whole for our folks. Again, we also still have the minute consolidation piece of Representative Nash is in here. Again, this was legislation that was put in place back in 2011. We're just going to make sure that they follow through on what was the legislative intent from then. And of course, the severance package pay piece, we took some language from the Senate on just overall accountability, but the severance package piece is making sure that we're not handing out severance packages of $18,000 to people that have only been on the job for 6 months. So we put an end to that. We've got Representative Drazkowski's piece that is a huge cost savings to the state on the CGIP opt-out. It allows people that have insurance elsewhere to access that rather than having the state pay for insurance that's not needed. But then also just overall some great pieces of legislation here. We've got Representative Tama Tice and Representative Howe's legislation dealing with the sex trafficking issue in the Waite Park area and the healthy eating program that you know I've been a champion for, which helps promote our local farmers and for families that need to have healthy food. That's all part of this legislation. On top of that, we also have the reforms of rulemaking that are part of Representative Vogel's and Representative Krisha and a host of other legislators that have been working hard on that so that we actually know what rules we're putting in place and putting on top of our citizens in Minnesota. So with that, that's a summary and a nutshell of what this bill does. It's a great piece of legislation. I encourage your yes vote, and I'd ask for a roll call, Mr. Speaker.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Member from Hennepin, Representative Nelson M.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I think we should vote no on the adoption. I think we should send it back to the conference committee. This bill needs more work. Part of this bill that's going on is a reduction in the FTEs. And there's a lot of talk in this bill. It's a restriction on or a hard cap on the number of FTEs we can have. And this basically hamstrings our government. And what is an FTE? The FTEs are the people that work and make our government work. These are the people that do the actual work. From the people at our front desk here, to the janitors out here cleaning the state capitol, to the guys and gals that plow our snow and fix our potholes and do all the work that's part of we require and our residents require our government to do. And we're going to cap those at a level below what they are now. So we're going to look at laying off about 2,000 people. Because an FTE is not, each one is not an individual person. Some of them are part-time positions that are filled by multiple people. But this goes to, this bill, by putting a cap, a hard cap on the number of FTEs that we can have, the number of people we can employ, limits the work that we can do in the government and the work that our people in the government want. It makes it difficult for the agents to adjust and to be nimble. We talk about government being nimble. We talk about businesses being nimble. And this cap limits that. It kind of reminds me back when I was an apprentice. I was working on a job, so we were working on a school, the contractor I was working for, and I was a brand new apprentice. I think I'd been on the job less than 6 months. And the boss came out and came to the superintendent, who was also the carpenter foreman on our job, and asked him, if we keep the number of people you have, will you be able to get XYZ done by Friday? And this was Monday early in the week. And my boss, my superintendent on the job goes, yeah, if you keep the number of people I've got on the job, we should be able to get to this point in the job and get this work done. Well, that was Monday. Tuesday morning we showed up, and I was the only other carpenter besides the superintendent carpenter foreman on the job. And we went through the rest of the week, and I was the only one there, and we didn't get to that point that he said we wanted to get to. And when he came out Friday, I said, how come you didn't get this work done? And he said, well, I told you if you kept the number of people, and I think there were 5 other carpenters on the job that day, when he asked, we would have got this much work done. But you only left me him, and he's good, but he ain't that good. He ain't worth 4 or 5 people. So, I mean, this is what we're doing here. We're telling throughout this bill, we're adding additional duties. We're adding additional things for government to do. We're telling them that you need to do this, but you got to cut your staff by 2,000 people and statewide. And that's just basically, we're setting ourselves up for a disaster because the stuff that we want to get done isn't going to get done. I mean, in the minutes piece of it, we're cutting their staff, but we're telling them you got to finish all this work you got. Oh, and by the way, we also want you to do this other stuff. This bill is, like I said, we should send it back. We should send it back to conference. We should negotiate with the governor. We should look at the stuff that he wants to do. And one of the things that the governor had in his budget was dealing with the census. You know, people, every 10 years we have a census, and we all know about that. And the governor had in his budget money to start work on getting the census done. And why is that important to us? Why is that important to us? Well, in Minnesota, the last two censuses, there was this talk going around that we were going to lose a congressional seat. And why is that important? Well, we want to go from 8 to 7. Why is that important? Well, there's a lot of federal money that's based on the number of congressional seats you have that we would lose, and that we would lose in the state government, which would hurt our overall budget. It would hurt us for our roads. It would hurt us for our education. It would hurt us all over the state because that's federal dollars that flow into the state based on the number of residents and the number of congressional seats we have. And the last two censuses, because we did a good job of making sure everybody was counted, and every minority group, that people that don't normally want to stand up and say, yes, I live in Minnesota, were counted, we were able to hang on this last time to our 8 congressional seats. Well, again, they're talking that if we don't hang on to if we don't do the right amount of counting and the proper counting, we're going to lose a seat and we're going to lose money and we're going to have big trouble in the future going forward. So, Mr. Speaker and members, we need to send this back. We need to do a better job with this bill. And granted, there are some good things in this bill, but we can do a whole lot better for our state.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Hillstrom D.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, on page 46 of the conference report, it limits the number of full-time equivalent employees, and it caps that number at 31,691. It directs the executive branch that they should prioritize protecting client-facing healthcare workers, corrections officers, public safety workers, and mental health workers. Members, what this cap does, actually, it overrides all of the budget bills that you'll be voting on today. It overrides all the budget bills that you'll be voting on today. For example, in the public safety bill that we'll probably see tomorrow, based on that funding, you will see corrections officers in the Department of Corrections facing between 200 and 250 layoffs of corrections officers in the prison. If you actually allocate proportionally what this cut or cap would do, that would be an additional loss of 199 corrections officers. That means this total budget in the area just of the Department of Corrections, which is a high priority for public safety, would mean nearly 450 staff losses. Let me repeat that, nearly 450 staff losses. So members, this does not tell the departments what they should cut. It allows anyone to proportionally cut if that's what their agency chooses, with the legislature having no prioritization. So in the event one agency decided they could not cut, it would result in cuts in other agencies. For example, Veteran Services, not exempt. Let me repeat that, Veteran Services, not exempt. The BCA, not exempt. Those that take care of the people in the Minnesota Sex Offender Program, not exempt. So members, what this bill with that cap does is it actually says to each and every one of the chairs of this body, it doesn't matter what your budget priorities are. Representative Anderson's cap in her bill is going to trump yours.
Member from Dakota, Representative Hansen R.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I wasn't quite ready yet. I was going to speak on third reading, but since you called on me,
That's okay, Representative Hansen. I'm following the instructions staff gave me, so if you wish to
okay.
wait. So,
Well, Mr. Speaker and members, and I see the seats are getting empty, so maybe other people knew I was going to be speaking. Following up on the 31,691, I just think of the arrogance involved in actually setting a number. And that same arrogance comes through with the rulemaking provisions in here. There's a whole article, members. I'd take a look at Article 4, and we discussed this when the bill came across, but we have a number, and I'm going to say we here as a legislature, but the majority put in provisions where not only will the legislature be reviewing the rules, but we also need to look at environmental assessment worksheets, environmental impact statements, a number of rulemaking provisions where we're taking on the executive authority. The legislature had better prepare to be in session year-round if we're going to take a look at every rule. And I believe it says that we would have the responsibility to take a look at every rule. Frankly, what arrogance is there in that, to have the politicians take a look at the science, to have the politicians say that we're not going to deal with due process anymore. We're going to rely on the political whims rather than have that process that has worked well, where people can make their case, have a statement of need and reasonableness. Let's go over that, a statement of need and reasonableness. If we have the legislature look over every rule, I can guarantee there will not be a statement of need and reasonableness. It might even be the campaign statements. It might be an interpretation of reasonableness that is based on who gave what, or who's in power, who has the access, not a statement of need and reasonableness, a statement of who has access to power that determines the decisions affecting our safety, our health and welfare, our water. Mr. Speaker, I've been actually a little stunned today when I was between bills looking at what's going on in Washington, and I think it's important to state what's going on in Washington today. Well, we're debating here about ignoring the rules, and now we want to review the rules. We have an administration that has thrown out the rule book and fired the FBI director who is investigating the President of the United States. Elected officials are not infallible, and we all have to respond to the rule of law. We have responsibilities as elected officials to be responsible to the people. Taking on these responsibilities is going to skew the outcomes away from people. By assuming these responsibilities that were with the executive branch. Now, we have authority where we can hold committee hearings. We have authority where we can talk about these things and we can bring them into the daylight. Into the daylight, not in the night. That's, I think, what Minnesotans and Americans want, is public participation, not giving us the authority and we just run with it. We run for election not to get the power to run away with unbridled power. And I fear what's going on in D.C. creeps in to each of our states. An election certificate is not a license to do whatever we want. It's a license to be responsible. It's a responsibility, not a license. It's a responsibility, frankly, to be reasonable and accountable to our citizens. So this is one reason, but I think it's a fundamental one, to send this back. I'm glad Representative Cornish is back. We were talking about the middle of the night while you were off the floor. Just wanted to catch you up on the discussion. But the process that is being trashed here is the process of reasonableness. And it's a big responsibility for us to step back from the brink here, just as nationally I hope that elected officials step back from the brink of a full-fledged constitutional crisis. We are messing around with very basic things in our government, and taking on all of these responsibilities into the legislative branch is a mistake, and our opportunity is right here to send it back. I'd encourage a no vote on adoption.
Member from Washington, Representative Ward J.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Much of what government does, much of the work of government is quiet, behind the scenes, out of the media interest, but which impact the lives of Minnesotans every day. This bill is filled with increased expectations for performance in government, which citizens want and need and rely on, but with reduced funding. Representative Nelson talked about the census and the possibility of losing a seat in the House. For every person not counted in Minnesota will lose $1,400 in lost federal funds annually. If the governor's request were to find an additional, if that request found an additional 30 people, just 30 in that census, who would not otherwise have been counted, it would pay for itself over the next decade. We need a complete and accurate population count, which also guides private investment. Thank you. Private investment in the state and informs diversity and inclusion efforts in the public, private, and nonprofit sectors. The governor's proposal includes funds for just 1.5 FTE for the administration's ramp-up needed to relate Minnesota-specific census outreach and technical work that will be required by the Census Bureau for FY 18 to 21, and to support the analysis and dissemination of data for public consumption with relation to the American Community Survey. Informed projections for public needs depend on this census. Needs in education, healthcare, transportation, and many more things are dependent on a highly functioning state demographic center. To underfund this center will damage the state financially for the next decade and beyond. I encourage a no vote.
Member from Ramsey, Representative Johnson S.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a few comments. Members, according to the IBM team that provides Minnesota IT support services, Minnesota is currently at high risk of an expensive, harmful, potentially catastrophic breach of citizen data. Yet this bill provides no funding to address the immediate cybersecurity needs. Cyber threats and cybercrime facing our state. This bill, frankly, fails to protect Minnesota's personal information. There's lip service provided in terms of mandating certain things to be done, but no funding to go along with it. Yet the sophistication and the volume of cyber attacks is growing exponentially. For example, let me just cite South Carolina. That particular state government, they had their Social Security credit card and debit card numbers were stolen by international hackers via their Department of Revenue, and that occurred via just one email. And in the state of Minnesota, keep in mind we have each day 3 million hits a day at our state agencies trying to hack into our information systems. Another example, at the federal level, we had personal data and background records were breached. More than 21 million people are impacted. Again, Social Security numbers, date of birth information, addresses, all that sort of thing. And here in Minnesota, our court system was hacked into, and our court website was down for 10 days as a result of some hackers getting in. And it's not like we don't have a plan, members. We do have a plan in place. MINIT, M-N-I-T, has a 5-year security strategic plan that's been vetted extensively, but we have no funding to implement it. Members, this is a huge failure and one of the many reasons this bill should be sent back to be worked on. We heard some of the other reasons, and they're as prominent as well, as including the arbitrary and unplanned, undisciplined slashing our state agencies anywhere from 10 to 20 to almost 50%. And including policies such as rulemaking, as Rick Hansen said, that's not only controversial, but has all kinds of potential to endanger our environment. Members, this is a bill that is not ready to move forward. In fact, needs to be sent back. It is a failure. Please vote no.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the conference report for Senate File 8605. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 75 ayes and 56 nays, the motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended by conference.
Third reading, Senate File number 605, as amended by conference.
Third reading as amended by conference. Member from Hennepin, Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I urge a no vote on this bill for many reasons, and one that really hits home to me and some of my colleagues. In 2015, there was an agreement made with the City of Minneapolis in regards to its Public Employees Retirement Association Fund, MRF. And those people don't just live in Minneapolis. They live throughout the metro region. And you're taking away money that you all put in place and agreed to in 2015. Republicans were in the majority. Republicans passed an agreement that gave $6 million in 2015 and 2016. And then the agreement was to go up to $16 million in 2017 and beyond until 2031. Now, my understanding is there hasn't been negotiations with the city of Minneapolis and with folks in regards to the portion that the employees are actually paying, which in 2015 and 2016 was $31 million. So what you're doing is you put an agreement in place, and now you're saying, well, we don't want to do that anymore. And it seems like you've been doing that a lot. You're making agreements with the people of Minnesota, and then you're saying, we changed our mind. And I could see, if we were in a budget deficit, that might be the case. But we're in a budget surplus. It seems like there's a moral deficit going on right now. And that's all that Republicans are trying to set this up as something that's saying, we good, you bad. And this is what we're going to run on in 2018. And you know, it's really not what Minnesota is known for, hasn't been known for, and I'm really disappointed that we have a bill like this that's cutting the people of Minnesota out. And I would ask that we vote no on this because, I don't know, maybe it'll come back. Maybe we'll have a chance to get it right, but clearly this isn't right.
Member from Ramsey, Representative Murphy E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm a definite no vote on this bill. And I was looking through it, both the brief and then the bill itself, and am appalled to learn that we are essentially neutering our campaign finance law in this act. And for the Minnesotans who have suffered the mailboxes full of mail, their televisions filled with campaign ads, their radios filled with campaign ads, by transitioning from an agreement you signed to abide by spending limits to a pledge that's not enforced, we're signaling to Minnesotans that we are willing to spend whatever amount of money we can raise in our campaigns, meaning that Minnesotans will continue to be flooded with campaign literature, mail, radio, television, at the time at which they're asking us to do the exact opposite. I am so surprised and disappointed that with this bill, there is an effort to undermine what has been public financing and limitations on what is spent in our campaigns in a way to both allow candidates a full voice, but to allow Minnesotans a little relief when it comes to the advertising that campaigns do. And I hope that Minnesotans who are listening to this debate tonight, and I know that you are, I hope that you will let your point of view be known to the governor, that you object to this, because I certainly hear about it on the doorsteps of Minnesotans across the state every election cycle. I'm just disgusted that this is in here. Thank you.
Member from Washington, Representative Detmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I encourage everybody a green vote on this vote. As you know, my committee, the Veterans Division, falls under the State Government Finance. And this year we heard over about 42 bills that came through the division. We heard all the bills from both sides of the aisle, and we passed those bills on to the other committees. Many of these bills are in this State Government Finance Omnibus bill. We have 370,000 veterans that live here in Minnesota. We also have 15,000 active National Guard members in Minnesota. We fully fund the Minnesota Department of Veterans Affairs. We fully fund military affairs. With military affairs, we're looking at over a 15% increase over the base and a 7.3% increase over the base for Minnesota Department of Veterans Affairs. Our veterans are looking forward to the passing of this bill. And members, I really encourage you a green vote. Thank you.
Member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I encourage a green vote on this. And I just wanted to respond to a couple of the really shocking things that I heard. I heard Representative Nelson, you said, in your last criticism of this, in your great ineloquence, you said, well, we're gutting the hell out of this, your words. Well, Representative Nelson, there are people who are no longer going to be needed that we're trying to save the taxpayer money of Minnesota by just not bringing them back. And it's specific to the minute provisions, and I'm a little close to that. I get that. I'll freely admit that I'm a little close to that. But we're standing things down that we don't need anymore. And yet the DFL
and Representative Nelson is advocating for us to hold on to those people and keep them on the payroll because they're good folks. Well, I agree. I'm sure they're very nice people. But if we're not using them to do the work that we need anymore because we've got ancient code that's no longer supporting things that we need anymore, do you want to keep them on the payroll? Is that what Representative Nelson and the DFL is telling us that we should be doing? Members, it is okay, as I've said before, to let some people go if we're not actually getting benefit out of the applications that we're using for state government anymore. We have a whole bunch of things that are facing the public right now. They're not going to be here in a matter of years or a matter of months, I would hope, and yet you want to advocate for them to be around. And members, I just think we're trying to be deliberate in saving the taxpayer money. You're not. Members, vote green.
The author of the bill from the member from Dakota, Representative Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Glad you recognize the county. I just want to make one more comment regarding the MRF fund. For people that are on MRF, that is their pension. They do not get Social Security. I have people in my district that were employed and are under that program. I remember one of the men, he was not getting sleep for weeks and weeks until that issue was resolved. This is catastrophic, what you're doing. I just cannot believe anybody can be that heartless. The other thing I might mention about MRF is that the organization was set up now so that many of the people that used to be in that organization are in a different district. There are very few people now that are paying into MRF. They've been moved around. Again, that might be, again, some maybe legislators a few years ago doing something that they thought was right, but it had tremendous or dramatic ramifications. Again, this is an awful, awful bill. Please vote no.
The author of the bill from Hennepin, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. There is no change in the benefits that people will receive that are part of the MRF fund. In fact, what we are doing is we are just continuing what was agreed to by the Democrat Senate and the Democrat governor in 2015. We're saying the city of Minneapolis will continue to pay their share of this, and the state of Minnesota will pay less. But the fund itself is kept whole. Those are the numbers. And folks, when you're talking about campaign finance, I think that we can put those dollars that is basically welfare for politicians to better use for our veterans, better use for our citizens of the state of Minnesota. And at the end of the day, folks, I'm with the taxpayers. I'm with you.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the conference report. Members, please vote.
About time I saw you again. Okay, how are you? Oh, just great. I've been listening to
The clerk will close the roll.
discussion and debate. I like it. Yo, Matt.
There being 75 ayes and 56 nays, the bill is repassed as amended by conference and its title agreed to. Without objection, we'll revert to first reading of Senate files. No, I guess we're not going to do that. We're going to stay on messages from the Senate. Another message from the Senate.
Message from the Senate, and this is the Dean M. motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce that the Senate has concurred in and adopted the report of the Conference Committee on Senate File number 800, an act relating to human services, finance, and policy. The report is addressed to the Honorable... Where is it? Okay. That's not... To the Honorable Michelle L. Fischbach, President of the Senate, and the Honorable Kurt L. Doubt, Speaker of the House. We, the undersigned conferees for Senate File 800, report that we have agreed upon the items in dispute and recommend as follows. The report is signed by 4 of the 5 conferees on behalf of the Senate and 4 of the 5 conferees on behalf of the House. Dean M. moves that the report of the Conference Committee on Senate File 800 be adopted and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Conference Committee.
I recognize the author, Representative Dean, who will explain the report.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to request a roll call.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill is a Health and Human Services Finance Bill, and it spends about $14 billion in 1819. And, excuse me, I had to run up from downstairs. No, not at all.
It's like someone planned that, Representative Dean. It's almost like that. Representative Dean.
Not at all. It's $14 billion. We have members. There is, we've got significant savings within the bill, and we're going to talk a lot about that. We're also going to talk a lot about the savings within the bill, also about the good things that we do within this bill, Mr. Speaker. Also, Mr. Speaker, could I just ask Representative Schumacher to just talk a little bit about some of the policy provisions?
Representative Schumacher will yield. Representative Schumacher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members, and I'm always out of breath, so this is okay for me, the way we do this here. For a lot of what we had, we were pretty successful with our negotiations with the Senate in order to keep a lot of the great provisions that we had in the bill when it left the House. We did adopt some of these things that the Senate had that we really enjoyed as well, and we have a pretty good bill to present and vote on tonight when it comes to some of the provisions that we're actually able to bring forward today. A couple of the things that we wanted to address specifically. First, the inflationary increase for the group homes throughout the state is still viable in this bill, so that they should be able to receive a 7% increase in their inflationary rates starting on July 1st, which they can definitely use. We know we've been talking about that for several years now and how they can use that, and so we'll be able to utilize that. One of the things that we brought over from the Senate that we didn't have before was the Min Choices program that was offered by Senator Abler and worked on throughout the session. It provides some administrative reforms, especially to some in the disability community, and that we are able to bring some savings in from that. Another provision that we brought over from the Senate included the elderly waiver provisions that we had. There's a lot of reform there. Many of you remember what we did with the nursing facilities over the last 2 years. Well, we were able to come back and do some even more reforms so that we provided more access for seniors, keeping them out of the most expensive forms of housing, being nursing homes, and keeping them in more of a home setting for themselves and or in their homes with elderly waiver, and trying to make that a more viable program and keep that sustainable into the future. Beyond that, we did do some other reforms. Both the House and the Senate had some changes to the way that we do the DWRS, or the DWRS system, and we were able to take some of the House provisions, but a lot of the Senate provisions in the end to get that done. For that, we're able to find some more sustainability in the process for the formulas that the DWRS system relies on, and going into the future, that'll be better for providers as they move forward. With that, Mr. Speaker, I will yield back to Chair Dean for any further comments.
Chairman Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I just want to talk just very briefly about the scope of the bill and kind of where we're at. I am really proud of the work that the committee did on this bill.
both the Policy Committee with Representative Schumacher's bill as well as the Finance Committee. I'd like to thank all of the contributions from the Democrat members of the committee. Many of those provisions are included in the bill, some are not. Also, I want to thank the conferees for working on the bill for a very, very good product. Members, you're going to hear a lot about the politics around this thing, you know, the where we are, how we got here, the process. But at the end of the day, our bill touches every single Minnesotan in very, very important ways. Our Medicaid portion of this bill touches over 1 million Minnesotans, 1 in 5 Minnesotans through Medicaid, through all of our health care programs. Really, really good-hearted people who work to care for the people who need it the most. Disabled kids are paid for within this bill. Kids who are abused, how they deal with life, how they get help, how they recover, that's paid for in this bill. Child care is paid for within this bill. People with developmental disabilities, adults with developmental disabilities are paid for within this bill. People who struggle with opioid and alcohol and other addictions, how they get care is paid for within this bill. So that's where you talk about all of the care that we provide, all of the caregivers are paid for within this bill in all 87 counties in the state of Minnesota. I am extraordinarily proud of the work that they do on behalf of grateful patients and their families all over the state of Minnesota. Now you can talk about how the governor's letters and the Democrat response has been very sharp and responsive around the savings within this bill, and I can talk about that very, very directly. The bill saves about $500 million, and it should, and I believe it should save more than that. When I got here a dozen years ago, Governor Pawlenty said, you know, if we don't do something, the Health and Human Services budget is going to consume the entirety of our budget. And we were spending, as somebody can Google what the budget was in 2005, but it was 20-some billion dollars. And now here we are at 14 billion in 18-19, 15.2 in 2021, not including the federal dollars, which is almost a match to that. So if you think about that, just think about that. Think about the fact that we've got a little over 5 million Minnesotans, okay? Think about, you know, we've got elderly folks that aren't working, kids that don't work. And just the spending on every single Minnesotan in health care is about $10,000 per person per year. It's a little less than that, but it will approach that and eclipse that this year. So just think of that, if everybody worked, what it would take to make $10,000 per year is about, Representative Hertas will tell me, it's probably, he'll get the math exactly correct, but it's about $5 an hour. If you double that, because if you think half of the people are elderly or not fully employed or children, it's about $10 an hour. So the first $10 an hour for every single person who works in Minnesota goes to health care. And if you just think about the enormity of that and how much that has had to grow. If you think about people in the districts all across the Minnesota, middle-class Minnesotans who are in a vice, who are working harder and harder and getting less and less. And all of you ran for election last time, so you all heard from them. And they say that it's not fair. About the fact that people who pay for their health insurance through writing out checks, or their employers do, that it's not fair for them anymore. This bill gets at some of that. It doesn't go far enough that I would like it to go to, but it gets at some of that. It takes out the medical inflation, which actually is one of the things that I'm sure that will be criticized from this, but it's something that we absolutely have to do because we can't afford to have the Health and Human Services budget grow at such a rate that it eclipses everything. Wouldn't we like to have $2 billion and add it to the surplus? What would we do with an additional $2 billion? Representative Davids might like to have that for tax relief. Representative Nornes, what would you like, if we had an additional $2 billion that wasn't just automatically growing in Health and Human Services through entitlements, wouldn't you like to be able to look at that and say, couldn't we do better for our higher education in our universities and students? Couldn't we give the money back to the taxpayers who work really hard for that? So I think that that's something that we really need to do. We also look at how are we spending money in healthcare. There's a woman that we talked about this year in committee. She had been to the emergency room 73 times in 1 year. 73 times in 1 year. And nobody said, why are you going to the emergency room every week? More than every week. We look at coordinated care to try to bring down the total cost of care. So they say, well, that's phony. That's smoke and mirrors. That's pixie dust. You can't ever pull that money out of the system. It automatically has to grow and grow and grow, and there's no two ways about it. But I reject that. I reject that idea that we can't do anything about the growth in spending in Health and Human Services. And we also need to look at choice, because people have fewer and fewer choices of where they're getting their health care. And if you live in greater Minnesota, 2005, you probably had 5 choices if you went out and shopped for individual health insurance. Today you got 1 or 0. And that health care might be in another county with high deductibles, premiums, and co-pays that makes you have to go to the bank to take out a loan to pay your health care or to put it on a credit card. And we're starting to get at that. We've done that through House File 1, through House File 5, and now here again we are working at trying to restore the individual health insurance market by bringing down the cost of care where it is delivered. We also care for the elderly, the disabled in this bill. And when I was a freshman, one of the pieces of advice that I got was, you should, whether you're in the minority or the majority, you should always try to vote for the education bill and try to vote for the health bill if you can, because it does the most good and it touches the most people in the district. And we should, as Minnesotans, try to get behind those bills no matter who's in charge. And as you see from what's going on in Washington, D.C. and what's going on here in Minnesota, things just got off track and aren't able to support the party opposite through the things that we are really core services in our job here in the state of Minnesota, and I think that's a bad thing. But this is something that we can absolutely get behind, and whether or not the governor says he's not going to sign this, I hope he does, because this really does get at what we need to get at for reforming our Health and Human Services programs. And if he doesn't, we have to do this again. It's not going to look that much different. The spending is not going to look that much different. There might be a few policy differences that might be different, a few directions here or there, but the hyperbole around this has really got to stop. It's really got to stop. It's over the top. And I believe that the governor can and should sign this bill. If he can't, then I really wish we would be able to get realistic about this, because this is our job. The people are really depending on us, the people with disabilities, the elderly, the frail elderly, and the people who need our help the most. So I hope we're able to rise to that occasion, to finish our work on time and work with the governor on this. Our conference committee has put together an excellent piece of work that does a lot of good things for a great many people across the state of Minnesota. I'm very proud of the work that they have done. And I'd ask you to support it, and I'd be happy to entertain any questions, as would the members on the committee.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I make a motion to refuse to concur with the Senate File 800. And I would like a roll call, please.
Roll call being, seeing 15 hands, roll call being requested. The clerk will take the roll. Oh, no. Any discussion? Sorry about that. Representative, no?
Mr. Speaker.
All right. Oh, the clerk will report the motion.
Schultz moves that House refuse to adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate File Number 800 and that the bill be returned to the Conference Committee.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, if Republicans really cared about people, then maybe they would listen to the people. I have frequently heard from the Speaker and other Republicans that you want to have open conference committee hearings to hear the voice of the people, that you want bills to be signed by the governor. But in conference committee, as a conferee, I asked if we could have public testimony, and the answer from the Republicans was no. I asked if DHS, the agency, could testify on the second day of the conference committee, and the answer from the Republicans was no. This conference committee report is 585 pages. When the conference committee met, the DE amendment, which was the only thing voted on, we did not vote to adopt a conference committee report, that was posted the morning of the conference committee hearing. We have only spent about 4 hours in conference committee debating a 585-page bill. New policies were added. There was language that was changed that was never brought to committee, never brought to the floor to debate. It was brand new. That's why it was important to have people there to testify. On Saturday, Senator Lurie and I were asked by the governor's office to come to the Capitol to meet with the leads on the HHS conference committee to discuss the budget so they could discuss global targets. And the leads came into the room where Senator Lurie and I sat and refused to meet with us to discuss solutions, a compromise to the HHS conference committee budget. The actions of the Republicans are what matters. This bill, this conference committee report is so important because it affects every person in Minnesota. And all lives matter, and that's why this bill matters so much. The actions of the Republicans show that they are not serious about having an open, public, and transparent process, that Republicans are not serious about compromising, and the public wants input. They want us to finish on time. And we're trying, as DFLers, to help you put together bills that the governor will sign that will benefit people in Minnesota. But the intent of this conference committee report is to cover fewer people, to help fewer people, to help people in Minnesota. And if you were serious about the growth in this budget, you would have had offered bills or heard DFL bills that addressed the cost growth in health care. But that's not what's happening in this legislation. Refusing to work with us to finalize the budget is not going to work for Minnesota. It's going to lead to a veto, and we're running out of time. It's clear in this bill that Republicans have prioritized corporate interests over the public's interest. This bill, if passed, will drive Minnesota into very large deficits in the near future because many things are pushed out into the tails, out beyond 4 years. And that's not what Minnesotans want. So I urge everyone to vote green to refuse to concur with the Senate file. Thank you.
Representative Schultz, my understanding is you requested a roll call, and seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. So thank you. I just had to document that.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, I did.
Member from Blewett, Representative Considine.
I'll come back.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Flanagan. Okay. Any discussion on the motion to refuse to adopt? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll. So then, members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 55 ayes and 75 nays, the motion does not prevail. Members, we're on the motion to adopt by Dean of Washington. So now you guys do want to talk. Okay, so the member from Blue Earth, Representative Considine.
If I can get my own people to. This bill is reprehensible. A little while ago, a couple people were joking with me and said, "Oh, I wonder how you can we can look you in the mirror." And on this one, yeah, I wonder how you can look yourself in the mirror. There are people at the security hospital that are dying. There are people that are being permanently maimed. Quite a few of you saw the video of the employee that now has permanent seizures and her life has been thrown into tatters. And there is not any money in this bill to increase the staff, even though they are at a staffing ratio that is at 2/3 of what other hospitals like this do. Nothing in this bill does anything to help them. In fact, they will end up laying off workers because of this bill. So more people will die. More people will be permanently injured. More people will have to look at their loved ones in the security hospital and say, they're not safe there. This bill is reprehensible.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Flanagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So as we are here this evening, there are at least 4,652 families in Minnesota on the waiting list to access affordable childcare. Colleagues, we spent almost a year traveling the state, listening to families, listening to providers talk about the need for real reform and the need for real investment in childcare. So much so that we created the Legislative Task Force on Access to Affordable Childcare. We set out to find answers, and we found some. We talked to parents and childcare providers, to state and county officials, spent months crisscrossing the state to learn about problems facing working families and the centers that care for our children while parents are away at work. The bipartisan team of 4 Republicans and 4 Democrats came together and released a comprehensive 57-page report detailing exactly what we learned from the experts and the people on the ground, and specific steps that we could take to address the problems ahead. For example, we learned that we needed to reform and invest in the Child Care Assistance Program, which helps low-income families find affordable child care, by increasing the CCAP provider reimbursement rates, changing eligibility for CCAP from 6 months to 12, and allowing child care providers who are guardians or foster care children to be eligible for CCAP reimbursement. We can make targeted changes that will allow more working parents to have access to childcare and pay providers who really need to keep their doors open. We also learned that childcare providers were often spending so much time doing paperwork that they weren't able to give children the care that they needed and deserved. So we decided that the legislature should simplify regulations and standardize enforcement. We learned that many providers, particularly those in greater Minnesota, were not able to access the training courses they needed to complete, and that the state should therefore make those trainings more regular and easier to get to and from in rural Minnesota. And finally, we learned that middle-income families were often forgotten in our discussion about childcare because they were ineligible for assistance and yet priced out of childcare centers without it. So we decided that we needed to expand the existing childcare tax credits and consider other incentives for businesses to invest in on-site childcare. After months of travel and research and public testimony, this bipartisan task force has finally landed on a set of concrete policy proposals that could solve our childcare crisis in Minnesota. It was a surprising victory given the usual partisan gridlock at the Capitol, and I was eager to get back to work to St. Paul to work on these reforms. And then the 2017 legislative session started, and not a whole lot happened. Despite the rhetoric from Republicans about their commitment to making childcare more affordable, despite creating a brand new subcommittee specifically for child access and affordability, and despite assurances in public and in private from House leadership that this would be the year that we actually got something done, the Republican budget passed with barely a nickel to make childcare more affordable in Minnesota. All of this, in a word, is infuriating. The comprehensive report for which taxpayers footed the bill went straight to the recycling bin. And Republicans' complete indifference to the struggling working mothers and fathers who are desperately trying to find affordable child care for their children left me wondering if this was just a show all along. There's no increase in the Child Care Assistance Program basic sliding fee. In fact, there's a $3.7 million reduction per year. This is not what we set out to do, colleagues, and what is so unfortunate is that there are additional bills for child care co-op. Representative Baker had a bill on community initiative funds to make child care more accessible throughout Minnesota. And we are not investing in our families in making childcare more affordable and accessible. It is a mistake. And this is one of the spaces, one of the unique opportunities that we have as Republicans and Democrats to come together to help working families all over the state. And this bill lets them down. Vote no.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Loeffler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, we heard Representative Dean talk about the need to control costs in this budget and how he wished we could go back to the budgets of the old days when Governor Pawlenty was here and how much the growth of this budget has grown. But this budget doesn't invest in some of the most cost-effective services that we have that actually do help control our costs. And we can't stop the aging of Minnesotans. We know there's demographically a baby boom wave that's going to keep challenging us to step up for seniors who exhaust their lifetime savings but still need extra care and health care and support. And while we all celebrate the medical miracles that save so many tiny little babies, it's just amazing. But 5 or 10 or 15%, depending upon what their challenge is, don't get the miracle. And they have a life of dependency that depends on us stepping up to make sure that their needs are met from the beginning of life all the way through old age. And who does that? It's the caregivers that Representative Dean said he's so proud of. It's the people, mostly women, who step up to do home care, who are the PCAs for children with disabilities, who go visit grandma in her home or grandpa in his home and makes it possible for them to stay there. and they earn $10 to $12 to maybe $13 an hour, and we can't fill those positions. There are 9,000 vacancies at the start of session. And I can tell you, I just the other day went to an Aldi's that was advertising $15 an hour to work part-time at retail. Are you going to do the emotionally difficult part-time, juggling multiple locations work of home care with almost no backup? Or are you going to step up to Aldi's and make 10 to 20 to 30% more? People are in desperation. And what's happening right now, and we heard it in committee, is that we have desperate parents who cannot fill the shifts to cover the absolutely medically critical need that their disabled child needs. And so they're giving up their careers because they can't keep trusting untrained people being sent out by agencies who are willing to hire anyone, and then having to train them and spend their entire day at work worrying about whether or not that child is getting the right kind of care and supervision. It's seniors who could be served cheaper living at home with a home health aide who comes in and helps them with bathing, with medication management, those sorts of things, because their children are not able to do that. They're at work. And we're hearing from middle-aged people who are trying to get leaves of absence and quitting their careers because they can't leave mom in that desperate state. And we've had such success in getting people with disabilities into the employment world, but they're totally dependent, some of them, in getting out of bed and getting into the shower and getting dressed and getting into the wheelchair and on the braces and their medications so that they can go to work. We're hearing from them that they can't find, even though they're bright and smart and have their heads about them, but have serious physical disabilities, they cannot get consistent care. And some of them are giving up weekend care in a negotiation with agencies so that they can at least stay employed. These are people who otherwise are going to go to nursing homes. Some of them who are ventilator dependent, their only alternative is to go to the hospital if someone doesn't show up for a care and doesn't show up for a shift or decides to take that job that pays 10 or 20 or 15 or 30% more. And this bill does nothing to step up and solve that crisis. And it is a crisis because we heard that the Department of Health's Office of Health Facilities Complaints, their complaints of abuse, neglect, and maltreatment have grown so fast that they can only respond to the 10% that are most serious. So even though your mother or your child or your grandma is getting inadequate care and you're trying to get that supervision, we don't have it there. This is not showing the kind of priorities that we should show, stepping up to support the most cost-effective services we have in Minnesota, which is serving people at home, helping them get to jobs in the community, and honoring the workforce that steps up to make it possible for other people literally to live. This budget needs to go back and be redone.
Member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Mr. Speaker, members, Health and Human Services, the bill before us, is supposed to support Minnesotans. This is the bill where we are telling Minnesotans, where we should be telling Minnesotans, your life and your health and your participation in our society matters. Those are Minnesota values. We do a lot in this state for people with disabilities in particular, and I think that Minnesotans are very proud of that. We in this state believe that people with different challenges should all be able to participate, and we know that people do. Every one of us has different kinds of challenges. But in this state, Minnesotans believe that no matter what kind of challenges you start out with, that we as a community should have your back, that we should lift each other up and help each other to have full participation. So that's what should be in a Health and Human Services bill. And in that respect, this bill fails utterly. This bill hurts the very people who look to us for support. Now, it's really hard to talk tonight about this Health and Human Services bill in Minnesota without making reference to what just happened in Washington, D.C., where the so-called American Health Care Act just passed the U.S. Congress. It passed the House of Representatives. Right, it passed the House of Representatives. Thank you, Representative Erickson. So, I call it the Republican Health Care Act. It was voted upon, it was passed only by Republicans in the U.S. House of Representatives. And what does it do? It cuts health care. Of course, we really don't know exactly what it will do because they didn't have the scoring, as they call it, the analysis of the bill before it was voted upon. And in fact, it was pushed through so quickly that it is very, very doubtful that many of the Republican members who voted for it actually knew what was in it. But as the details roll out, it's pretty clear that one of the things it's going to do is cut Medicaid and throw a lot of people off of health care. And another thing that it's going to do is allow discrimination against people who have pre-existing conditions, which is an awful lot of us. So that hurts people, and one of the big things that that bill also does is it cuts a lot of taxes for a lot of wealthy people. So why am I talking about this? Because what we do here in the state is in context of what happens in Washington, D.C. These things are not separate. A lot of what we do in Health and Human Services is in reaction or allowed by, or often paid for by, or partly paid for by, the federal government. So this bill is in the context of what is happening there. And it's really quite similar, in fact, to what is happening in Washington, D.C. Because what this bill does is it throws into jeopardy the health care of a lot of people in this state. Now, when Representative Dean was introducing the bill, he made the comment that this touches Minnesotans in many ways. And he commented accurately that over 1 million Minnesotans are on our medical assistance program. That's about 1/5 of all Minnesotans. Unfortunately, the way this bill touches them, it's not going to be a very welcome touch. The reason that I say this, and people watching need to understand, it's not a bad thing to save money. It's not. This is a growing area of the budget. We know that. We see it all the time. And for a lot of the reasons Representative Loeffler spoke about, we have an aging population. That's one of the reasons. Healthcare continues to get more expensive. That's another reason. We have all kinds of requirements, and we want to do better for our people with disabilities. We want them to live independent lives. And of course, it's more expensive to support someone independently than in a collective institution. And it's sometimes more expensive to support them so they can live a full life. But the savings in this bill are not real savings. The Republican majority did not do its work. It did not do its work. This bill is full of shifts and tricks and gimmicks in its funding. And so all the things that are good that are funded in this bill are not really funded. Because this bill, if it became law, would not work. Shifts, tricks, and gimmicks. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what those are. When I talk about shifts, one of the things in this bill in a time of surplus is a payment delay. So it's a little trick, it's a shift, it's also a trick, it's a tricky shift. So you're shifting money into the next biennium by just making a late payment. So anybody who does basic budgeting at home knows all that does is push off your expenses. You still have to pay them. It looks better today. It looks worse tomorrow. There are tricks in this bill, and what I mean by tricks is that there are savings in the bill, big savings, that are not supported by any fiscal analysis. So maybe there's something going on here that the Republicans in the U.S. House and the Republicans here in Minnesota don't seem to need the experts to tell them how much they can save or how much things will cost. And that is a very troubling thing. Now, we can get a fiscal analysis, what we call a fiscal note here, and you can disagree with it because it's very detailed, and you can explain why you don't agree with this assumption or that number, and that's fine. But to put numbers on your spreadsheet without any fiscal note, that's just irresponsible. So there are a couple things in here that have no fiscal note to support them. They're big things. $45 million saved on a pilot project that Representative Dean likes the idea of doing some direct contracting with providers. I like that too, but you can't make up the numbers. And that's what's happened in this budget. Then there's something we've talked about a lot, which is saving money, kicking off people who don't belong on the program. Audits, more eligibility verification. This is something Representative Drazkowski's worked on. And I agree with that. I think all of us agree that nobody who doesn't belong on the program should be on it. But once again, you can't just make up the numbers. You can't just say, oh, we think it'll be this much and we think it'll be that much, and we'll just put a number on the spreadsheet, $140 million saved. Gee, that was easy. Doesn't work. Then we've got other things, what I would call gimmicks. One of the things the bill does is cut $20 million out of what we call our MET system, or what's really the DHS, the technology system that the Department of Human Services is using to do eligibility verifications, to determine who's eligible for our programs. So on the one hand, the bill claims a bunch of savings from kicking off people who don't belong on the program, and on the other hand, it cuts the very system that allows the counties and that is allowing the counties to do a better job making that determination. Just a gimmick. And then finally, one of the big things in the bill, and Representative Dean alluded to it, is it takes a big savings by pretending that inflation doesn't happen. It just claims a big savings, over $150 million just in the next 2 years, by saying, in essence, costs won't grow, healthcare won't cost any more, nobody new is going to need these programs, and the people on them aren't going to cost any more than they do today. Well, that just doesn't work that way. And what happens when you put these savings in the bill and you say, well, look, I saved $500 million. Great deal. What a great deal. And then, of course, you spent some money, too. So, that's fine. There are things that we should be spending some money on. And sometimes you have to spend money to save money. We all know that. Anybody in a business knows that. But this bill puts people's health care in jeopardy. This bill is not responsible budgeting. This bill is not accountable to Minnesotans. And this bill is not fair, because this bill will end up hurting the people that we say we're helping. And that is wrong. That is not Minnesota values. And so the governor should not be signing this bill. I'm pretty sure he won't. There's so many things here that need to be funded that are not. But even of what is here, the savings are false. And that is not the way we do things in Minnesota. Thank you.
Member from Dakota, Representative Halverson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sitting here and I'm listening to the debate, and I heard the bill introduction, and it's astounding to me that we're all talking about the same bill. And it's frankly very concerning to me that we are this far apart in defining the concerns that we have with our healthcare system and the solutions to those. We shouldn't be this far apart as a body. We shouldn't have this much lack of understanding of what the problems really are in our healthcare system and how we as a legislature can get in there and solve them. We're failing the people of Minnesota by not understanding this. And we are creating even more uncertainty in the lives of Minnesotans than they're already experiencing with the debate at the federal level. And we have got a bill in front of us that does not help define the problems that we're facing. These are the things we hear about from our constituents. We hear about the high cost of health care. We hear about concerns about people being able to get care in their homes from PCAs, being able to hire PCAs. We hear about life and death situations in our security hospital. And this is going to get solved with smoke and mirrors, as Representative Liebling was describing. We're not being honest with the people of Minnesota. This is too crucial a part of our state budget to play games with, folks. We need to get together. And Minnesota has a history of getting together and coming up with innovative solutions that have put us on the map as healthcare leaders. And I am watching that disintegrate before my eyes. The spirit of being able to put aside differences and come together for the people of Minnesota. I'm not seeing it. Minnesota, one of the really great innovations that we came to as a state in Minnesota many, many years ago was valuing a nonprofit healthcare system, and we had a law that required all of our healthcare HMOs to be nonprofit. Makes a ton of sense to me. I don't know a single one of us sitting in this chamber that wants $1 of our premiums going for a big fancy building, a big fancy CEO salary, or big fancy stock shares. We want our healthcare dollars to go to pay for healthcare. We know now that the premiums that we pay, healthcare's gotten so expensive, they're not even covering the cost of care. We need to deal with the cost of care. Nothing in here. So instead of continuing to build on Minnesota's tradition of innovation, we're whittling away at it. And earlier this session, we had a bill to give really important premium relief to payers in the individual market. And we passed that bill, but that bill had a big provision in it. You know, sometimes compromise is about coming together and finding common ground, and sometimes it's holding your nose. And I gotta tell you, I held my nose because the Republican majority decided that the solution to high healthcare costs is to bring in for-profit HMOs into Minnesota. After decades and decades of valuing a nonprofit healthcare system, after being the one state in the nation that had over 90% of its premium dollars going to healthcare, not to profits, not to salaries, to the actual cost of caring for our family members. And so this is hanging over Minnesotans. It's very possible that these huge fish are going to come into Minnesota and buy up our local health plans. It's very possible. It's happened around the country. You see a lot of consolidation in healthcare and whittling states' plans down to 2 or 3 for-profit health plans, and that could happen in Minnesota. And we have to be prepared as a legislature for that to happen and what the impact is going to be. And one of the big impacts is going to be what's going to happen to the nonprofit health plan reserves that they've been required by law to keep and to build up. And they've built that up through private payer premiums, but they've also built that up through taxpayer dollars. Those reserves are there for a very important reason. And we've seen those reserves have to be used in the last couple of years with the high-end premiums in the individual market. And so those premiums went to help try to stabilize the rising cost of care. But where are those reserves going to go if a nonprofit HMO, one of the small fish, I know that we think these guys are really big, but when you look at the market overall, nationally, we have small fish in Minnesota. And they're homegrown, and they're in our backyards, and there's call centers in Virginia, Minnesota, and there's call centers here in the Twin Cities, and employees all over the state that are Minnesotans serving Minnesotans. But we're gonna open it up and take those homegrown health plans and perhaps put them out there to become for-profit. And we'll see dollars shifting to large salaries. We'll see dollars shifting to pay off stockholder benefits. And Minnesotans don't want to see that, but if it happens, what's going to happen to those reserves that Minnesota taxpayers helped build up? Unfortunately, this bill came back very weak on those questions of how we're going to protect the consumer in this event. And I know that the Republicans think that this is going to be just a great answer to bringing down the cost of care and premiums. It's not. I know it's not. The great answer is making sure that our health care dollars go to health care. But instead, we've got these public assets that have some very loose rules in this bill around them about where the money can go, and it can go to some kind of a nonprofit. Doesn't necessarily even have to be a Minnesota nonprofit. There's not a ton of oversight provided by the Attorney General's office, and we got some really good advice from Minnesota's Attorney General about how we can make these conversions consumer friendly, how we can protect the taxpayer dollars that have been invested in building up state reserves for our healthcare organizations. And that's not in there. There's also not a requirement that these nonprofit entities are even that far separated from the HMOs that they could be serving. And we want to be sure that we can enforce this particular statute and make sure that these dollars are being spent in a way that really serve the people of Minnesota, that protect the taxpayer investment, perhaps even return the taxpayer investment. None of that is in here. And so with all the uncertainty we have, with the rising cost of health care, there's nothing in this bill that's going to protect the consumers. There's nothing in this bill that's going to bring the cost of health care down. There's nothing in this bill that's dealing with the root causes. We are innovators, Minnesotans. We come together for the people of Minnesota. This bill doesn't do it, and I would really like to see us come together and really have an honest conversation about the problems and really think about what the solutions are going to be that are going to bring the cost of care down for Minnesotans and make sure that people have access to the care that they need. Please vote against this bill.
Members, we're on the motion for the adoption of the conference report. The member from Hennepin, Representative Omar.
Thank you. Members, I rose last week on Monday to make an emergency motion to take up a bill to give resources to the Department of Health, resources I felt were needed to tackle the measles outbreak. Today, we know that the Department of Health is also dealing with other infectious diseases and really needs the resources to deal with this particular outbreak. Last Monday, when I addressed this body, there were 32 kids that were affected by measles, and just 1 week later, that number is at 50 right now. That means there are 18 more kids, 18 more children, babies, that are affected by this very preventable disease. As this crisis grows and more kids are harmed by this, we need to think about doing all that we can do. We need to make sure that we send this bill back, because as the Department of Health is tackling with dealing with these infectious diseases across our state, in particular the measles outbreak, it is not the time to underfund the Department of Health. This is a very critical time for them, and we need to make sure that we are giving them the adequate resources that it needs in order to be able to keep our children and all of Minnesotans safe. I ask all of you to think about Minnesota's most vulnerable. I ask you to remember the oath that you took, which is to do no harm. This bill is very harmful to Minnesotans, especially its most vulnerable. I ask you to send it back. Thank you.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Infuriating, reprehensible, fails utterly, irresponsible, smoke and mirrors. These are some of the phrases and words that my colleagues have used to describe this bill. And I'd like to add one to follow on to what Representative Omar said, and that word is dangerous. So you might remember that we currently have a surplus in this state, approximately $1.6 billion. Yet this bill would impose a 7% cut on the operating budget of the Minnesota Department of Health. At a time when Minnesota is struggling with 3 infectious disease outbreaks, we're reducing the department's budget by 7% if we pass this bill, which would limit the department's ability to react and protect Minnesotans. Now, Representative Omar needs to be commended for her leadership for bringing forward her bill last week. After we had that discussion, I contacted the Department of Health just to find out exactly what they've been doing with their current budget, what they would do if they received some additional resources. One thing I didn't really think to ask them is what they would do with the 7% cut, as this bill would impose. But they've been doing amazing work with the limited resources that they currently have. Representative Omar mentioned that we currently have 50 cases. It's not confined to one community or to one county anymore. It's spreading around the state. It's the worst measles outbreak we've experienced in 25 years. But the Department of Health is fighting it. They've been working on response-related activities since April 11th. They've already accrued $200,000 in labor costs. The work done by their scientists, managers, and others has included disease investigation, family and daycare contacts, public outreach, and coordination with partner agencies. They mentioned that the outbreak shows no sign of abating soon and is likely to cost more than $1 million by the time it subsides. I know Representative Omar shared this letter also with Chairman Dean. So this is something we know about. And it's not just measles now. We've also seen an outbreak of syphilis in Minnesota. We've seen several cases of multi-drug resistant tuberculosis. This is not the time to be making these dangerous cuts. These are dangerous. Certainly, all the other words that my colleagues have used to describe this bill apply, but it's very troubling to me that when we are facing such a serious public health crisis on many fronts right now, we would consider cutting the budget of our Department of Health by 7%. I think we need to send this back to conference committee and come up with a budget, come up with a health bill that funds these needed resources. We need to stop focusing on tax cuts, and we need to fund our agencies so that they can protect our public health. This bill does not do that. We should send it back.
Member from Ramsey, Representative Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to follow up as to what's being said on the infectious disease outbreaks, there are several of them going on right now. One of the things that is very important to know is that on some of the outbreaks, the incubation period is 21 days or longer. In some instances, the department is having to follow up on thousands and thousands of contacts. I think one of the important things that people are not realizing at this point in time is that the department is severely stretched. I was meeting with some of the department people yesterday, and one thing that they're doing right now is they're taking people from other areas to help on the outbreaks that are occurring right now in the state. One of the disturbing things to me is that they're taking people from areas that deal with foodborne outbreaks and repositioning them to this area right here. They're starting to rob other parts of their department to try to handle the crisis that is going on at this point in time. The budget that we have will cut their department by a further 7%. This would reduce the number of people that can deal with outbreaks. And I think one of the things that our state has been very strong on in the past is the value of our state has been to have a very strong Department of Health. They are the ones in our country who've been recognized as being able to diagnose outbreaks when they occur and help provide training so that we have safe handling of food and of people who are vulnerable when they have vulnerable conditions and contagious diseases. Unfortunately, the cuts that we're looking at right now will jeopardize that possibility. And the reason these cuts are occurring is because we want to have large tax breaks out there. It's going to jeopardize the current value that we have and instead reposition the money so that we can give larger tax breaks to those who are primarily rich. And the fear that I have is that we're putting our public health at jeopardy for tax breaks. Please reconsider the funding of the Department of Health.
Members, on the motion to adopt the conference report, the member from Ramsey, Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members, I'll be voting no on this piece of legislation tonight. This proposal, maybe not when it was drafted, but now in the context of what we're seeing happen in Washington, will devastate, in many cases, what is reliable coverage for people in medical assistance, in Minnesota Care, and in MNsure. And when I think of those programs, and I hope you are too when you cast your vote tonight, that you think about children and families and senior citizens and people with disabilities who live all across the state of Minnesota. And I hope you think also of the people who are sick. Because when you take inflation out of medical assistance and say we're going to spend $2 million and other things in the state budget, it does mean that we will be cutting the care for people who get their care and medical assistance, and that's disproportionately people who are senior citizens and people with disabilities who live all across the state of Minnesota, and let me say disproportionately in greater Minnesota. So when you cast your vote, I hope that you're thinking about children and families and senior citizens and people with disabilities and people who are sick, because your vote tonight is impacting them, their face, their lives. We have good coverage here as members of the House of Representatives, and if we get sick, we get in a car accident, we get a serious condition, or our spouses do, or our children do, we are pretty assured that we're going to get good care and good treatment at one of the fine institutions in Minnesota, University of Minnesota, Abbott Northwestern, and the Mayo. That's where we get our care. And Minnesotans really shouldn't expect anything less for themselves than we have for ourselves here. And this bill delivers second-class health care for the people in medical assistance, in Minnesota Care, in MNsure, after the actions of this proposal tonight. For many, many years, people outside of this chamber worked to make sure that there were consumer protections in place for people who got their coverage in our programs with health plans. And there's a whole article in this legislation dedicated to repealing or weakening those consumer protections. And if this becomes law, it will be the case that if you pay your premium late, you can be kicked off your coverage just for paying your premium late. That, combined with what's happening in Washington, D.C., really unravels and undermines a guarantee of coverage if you purchase a policy. It puts the finger again on the scale of the insurance companies and puts the risk on individuals and their pocketbooks and their health. Earlier this week, I talked with a woman who told me about a 17-year-old with mental illness who lives in a community in greater Minnesota. And he has spent weeks in a windowless room in an emergency department in a hospital because there's no other place for him to go. He's stuck there. He's stranded there in an emergency room, playing video games, waiting to get care in a more appropriate facility, and there isn't one available right now. We're doing nothing to deal with that kind of situation. We're doing little to resolve the problem that we're facing in mental health in Minnesota. We're doing little with the workforce shortages in healthcare. We're doing little to make sure that we're paying fairly the people who care for people with mental illness, for senior citizens and people with disabilities. This bill has a big cut target. The cuts aren't real, but they will be felt by people when they're enacted. We just don't know yet where. That is a lack of bravery on your part. Those of you who are going to vote for this bill because you don't want to pay the consequence for the vote you're taking. You'd like to hide that from the people of Minnesotans. But you'll take the vote, you'll make the cuts, and you'll cut taxes for people who are well off at the expense of people who are sick. So, again, think about those people who are going to be impacted. People with disabilities, families and children, people who are sick, senior citizens, because those are the people that you are impacting if you choose to vote yes for this legislation tonight. They're counting on us. We're letting them down. Not me, but those who vote yes are letting Minnesotans down by your action tonight.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 76 ayes and 56 nays, the motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended by conference.
Third reading, Senate File 800, as amended by conference.
Third reading is amended by conference. Discussion to the bill. Member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just have one more brief thing I want to mention, and that is that this bill actually cuts funding for contraception for low-income women. And the reason I want to mention that, among all the terrible things that this bill does, is that we had a debate here not too long ago about public funding, about Medicaid funding for abortions. And oh, people on this floor were just incensed because their constituents don't want to pay for abortions. Well, there's a pretty direct kind of correlation here, members. I don't think I need to spell it out for you. But what you're doing in this bill, cutting funding for contraception, is going to increase. It's going to increase the demand for abortions in this state. That's really sad.
The author of the bill from Washington, Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Just like to respond to a couple of things from the debate. I appreciate that. Obviously, look at it from a little bit of a different branch on the tree, and I think most Minnesotans do too. I would encourage you to talk to folks in your district, middle-class Minnesotans who have paid more and more and who get less and less from health care and from government in general, who are looking for a little bit more value, whose lives are being put in a vice as the costs of health care go up, either through their business or out of their checkbook, or just trying to make it day to day, trying to pay for the costs of a family. And their costs are going up. If you had a $490 premium a couple of years ago, it might be $1,750 today. If you had a deductible of a couple $1,000s, it might be $7,000 today. Your doctor that you were promised that you could keep is probably You drive by that doctor, you drive by your hospital to get to another clinic and another hospital in another town to pay out of pocket because your health insurance doesn't pay for health care anymore. That's the reality, people. People are going to their credit cards, going into home equity loans, going into equity to try to pay for the health insurance, and it's not really even covering the costs. When we look at the costs that we're actually trying to find within this bill, we say, well, what about the government? Maybe they should try to find some money. Instead of asking moms and dads and business owners to come up with more and more money every year, maybe the government should do something a little bit differently. Maybe they should stop paying insurance to HMOs for people who no longer qualify for health care. But we don't do that. We can't do that. What about people who are dead? Maybe we should stop paying their health insurance. Maybe we should stop sending checks to HMOs for them. Could we do that? No, we can't do that. That would be too difficult. We can't do that. What about people who live in another state, who might be on another health care plan? We said, let's just make sure that they live in Minnesota, they qualify for their plans, and they're alive. Is that too much to ask? Before you ask middle-class Minnesotans to reach more into their pocket, to go onto their credit cards, to take out a loan, to pay for health insurance that they can't even use. We can't do any of that because it's just too hard. It's too much work. The government just can't do that. We absolutely have to grow, but you have to reach into your wallet. You have to get out the credit card. You have to go to the bank and get a loan to pay for health care that doesn't even pay for anything. That's what we're asking people to do. This bill says, let's check. All right. Hey, we're going to pay for your health care. If you're on Medicaid, you got zero premium, zero deductible, zero copay. You can go anywhere you like in the state for health care. You have choice. We just want to make sure you're here, that you qualify, and that you're alive. We ask the HMOs to go out and check. Is that too much to ask? When you talk to the people in your districts who are paying so much for health care, that's this fictitious savings that the other side likes to talk about. We asked in the last biennium, we said, let's go and check to make sure that people are here. So we had something called periodic data match. And the governor agreed to that, the agency agreed to that. Okay, we'll go through our files and we'll make sure that that we're qualifying folks that should be qualified. So in the committee this year, we asked, how's it going? How's that checking up going? Well, we haven't quite gotten around to it yet. Look at the forecast. Look at this spreadsheet. MMB is saying that we're paying $50 million in health insurance for people who don't qualify. 14,000 folks. Those aren't made up. That's MMB. That's what they say is out there. I think it's a lot more. And I think we need to find it, and we need to save those dollars, and we need to spend them in a better way. That's the savings that we're looking for. And in healthcare delivery, we're saying, let's get our hospitals involved, let's get our clinics involved, let's get the doctors involved in actually coordinating care. That was a Representative Liebling idea. I think it's a good one. That maybe we could direct contract and that we can work with folks. They can form teams and take a large population on Medicaid and say this is how much money we're going to charge for that. It's a program that is started, Governor Pawlenty began that. Governor Dayton picked it up to his credit, is trying to push that and try to get better savings. We take the next step within this bill. I think that's one that the governor could and should take in a final agreement that actually will save money. So those are some of the savings that were brought up within this bill. I hope that the governor carefully considers this. We do need to find savings within this bill because we do need to have some additional spending within this. We also need to find savings long term, and we can and we will. The Majority Leader Pepin correctly stated the process that we got to for this, where the governor came up and said, well, we can't do this until we have joint targets. We need you to agree on this. She was absolutely accurate about that. We were given very little time to kind of move this thing together without the governor involved. The conference committees came together and they came out with joint targets with the House and Senate, put conference committees on the table, and we agreed to those and left them in the conference committees. Why? That's what the governor wanted us to do, to engage. And I know that it's difficult to deal with the party opposite, particularly if you're dealing with a House and a Senate. The governor referred to that as dealing with crocodiles and alligators. But that's the government that we have. And we can't just simply wait until the last minute to try to come to an agreement and to slow roll this. We need to actually do the people's work. So I commend the majority leader for doing so and for moving this along. I hope that that will lead to a productive conclusion, that these pieces will be there. We are very, very few degrees from where we're going to wind up. And I think the inflammatory language around that in this chamber, in the Senate chamber, and in the echo chamber around us, when people from around the state of Minnesota look at it, they say, you know what, I bet you the people that I know in my hospital, my clinic, my town are actually doing a good job. They need you to do yours. I'd appreciate a green vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. Member, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 76 ayes and 56 nays, the bill is repassed as amended by conference and its title agreed to. There is another message from the Senate.
Message from the Senate, and this is the Smith motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file, herewith returned as amended by the Senate, in which amendments to concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House file number 1542, an act relating to human rights, and the message is signed Cal R. Ludeman, Secretary of the Senate. Smith moves that the House refuse to concur in the Senate amendments to House file number 1542, that the Speaker appoint a conference committee of 3 members of the House, and that the House requests that a like committee be appointed by the Senate to confer on the disagreeing votes of the 2 houses.
Representative Smith, is that your motion?
Mr. Speaker, yes, members. This is the ADA bill. The Senate passed a slightly different version. I'd like to go to conference committee to work out the differences.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, say nay. The motion prevails. We have another message from the Senate.
A message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following Senate files herewith transmitted. Senate file numbers 1399, 1490, and 1703. The message is signed Cal R. Ludeman, Secretary of the Senate.
Without objection, we'll revert to first reading of Senate files.
First reading of Senate file number 1399, an act relating to local government. West moved that Senate file number 1399 and House file number 1519, now on the General Register, be referred to the Chief Clerk for comparison.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
First reading, Senate file number 1490, an act relating to the Metropolitan Council. The bills being referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. First reading, Senate file number 1703, an act relating to veterans. Poston moved that Senate file number 1703 and House file number 2276, now on the General Register, be referred to the Chief Clerk for comparison. Hearing no objection.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. Announcement by the Speaker.
Announcement by the Speaker. Appointment of a conference committee. The Speaker announces the appointment of the following members of the House to a conference committee on House file number 1542. Smith, Swazinski, and Fisher.
Motions and resolutions. A copy of the non-controversial motions and resolutions are in each member's House desk. If there's no objection, we'll take action on those motions first. Hearing no objection, motions prevail. Member from Hennepin, Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I move that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 10 a.m. Wednesday, May 10th, 2017.
Representative Pepin moves that the House adjourn until 10 a.m. Wednesday, May 10th. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Motion prevails. Announcements? Representative Pepin.
I move that the House do now adjourn.
Representative Pepin moves that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, say nay. The motion prevails. The House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. Wednesday, May 10th.